Chosen one, this message has reached you at the perfect time. No accidents, no coincidences, only divine orchestration. If your eyes have landed here, it's because heaven aligned this very moment to remind you God has not forgotten a single word you've whispered in the dark. This is your confirmation. This is your signal. Something sacred is shifting in your atmosphere. There's a divine move in motion, a holy recalibration that's about to turn everything in your life toward purpose. God saw your silence. He saw the way you kept showing up, even with a heart that was breaking. He watched you stay loyal to your calling while others overlooked your worth. You didn't miss out. You weren't denied. You were being divinely preserved for a love that carries mission, for a connection that could not be rushed, and for a person who was being prepared to walk beside your destiny, not ahead of it or behind it. And now, chosen one, hear this with spiritual clarity. God is sending someone into your life, not just anyone. This is a soulmate forged through fire, shaped by discipline and moved by faith. They will not come to test you, waste you, or drain you. They will come to build with you, cover you, and carry part of the vision God planted in your heart. Their wealth won't only be material, it will be spiritual, emotional, and divine. They will speak your language, match your prayers, and expand your life in ways you never thought possible. You won't have to lower your standards. They will rise to your purpose. Before we go any deeper, I want to pause and say thank you. To those of you who've supported this sacred space through super thanks, your kindness and generosity mean more than words can express. You are sowing into good ground. And whether you've donated or not, please know this: you are deeply appreciated. Your presence here is not taken lightly, and your spirit is felt in every moment we share. Now, if this message already resonates, take a moment to drop 777 in the comments. That's not just a number, it's a prophetic code, a sign to heaven and earth that you're in divine alignment, that you are ready to receive the abundance, the love, and the relocation, spiritually and physically, that God has ordained for you. Let that number be your agreement. Let it echo in the spiritual realm that you are not waiting anymore. You are aligned and expecting. This message isn't for the masses, it's for the chosen, the ones who've been refined in hidden places, the ones whose loyalty never wavered, even when the silence was deafening. And if that's you, then stay with me. Because as this revelation unfolds, so will your clarity. Layers will peel back, visions will return, and the blessings sealed in this word will begin to activate in your life. You don't need to chase anything. You don't need to force what God is preparing. The one meant for you is not only on the way, they are being equipped to recognize your soul, honor your light, and help you rise into a level of love and purpose you've never experienced before. Chosen one, stay open, stay aligned, and most importantly, stay ready. Because the next move God makes in your life will be the one that changes everything. God's chosen ones, God is sending a wealthy soulmate to uplift you and relocate you. Chapter 1. The purpose behind your isolation was always divine. Chosen one, have you ever sat in a quiet room and felt like heaven was too silent? Have you ever scrolled past celebrations, milestones, engagements, and promotions, wondering when it would be your turn? Have you ever cried without witnesses, prayed without replies, and grown in places no one else could see? If you nodded in your heart, know this: you were never overlooked. You were hidden, and not by accident, but by design. What if I told you that the seasons where you felt most alone were actually the seasons where God was doing His deepest work in you? that while others seemed to be basking in light, your growth happened in the soil, in the shadows. The truth is, God's chosen ones are often prepared in obscurity before being revealed in glory. In that silence, something holy was happening. You weren't being punished, you were being purified. You weren't being abandoned, you were being anointed. Why did your phone go silent? Why did people disappear when you needed them most? Why did it feel like no one could really see you, really hold space for your journey? Because God needed to remove the noise so you could hear His voice. He needed to strip away every false narrative, every identity that was stitched onto you by trauma, society, and survival. He needed to detox your soul from relationships that fed off your light but couldn't handle your shadows. And above all, He needed to remind you that your worth never depended on being seen by others. It depended on being known by Him. Let's go deeper. Do you remember Joseph from the Bible, Genesis 37-50? Before he became second in command of Egypt, he endured years of betrayal, imprisonment, and false accusations. But it was during that isolation, those hidden years, that his character was forged and his dream was refined. Chosen one, does that sound familiar? Have you too been misunderstood by family, thrown into pits by those closest to you, and imprisoned by circumstances you never asked for? That wasn't your downfall, it was your setup. During your season of solitude, you weren't just surviving, you were being strengthened. And not by anything external. You were learning how to be rooted in God's presence when applause disappeared, when love felt distant, when progress slowed to a crawl. And in that stillness, heaven became louder. You learned the voice of God not through lightning bolts, but through quiet confirmations. You learned to recognize red flags in people before they spoke. You could discern a counterfeit by the way their spirit felt. You stopped falling for shallow praise and started craving real alignment, spiritual, emotional, and energetic alignment. Have you noticed how your standards changed? How you no longer get excited by attention but by intention? That's not arrogance, that's awareness. And it took a holy kind of loneliness to get you there. One of the most underestimated blessings in the Bible is found in 1 Kings 17, when the prophet Elijah was sent to a hidden place by a brook where God commanded ravens to feed him. Imagine that. God literally ordained a period of isolation as preparation before Elijah confronted kings and called down fire from heaven. Chosen one, who or what has God removed from your life lately? What brook are you sitting beside now, wondering why no one checks in? It's because when you're chosen, you're called to eat from heaven before you can lead on earth. Let's pause and reflect on someone from modern times. Viola Davis, the award-winning actress, endured childhood poverty, abuse, and rejection, but her rise to excellence didn't begin on a red carpet. It began in silence. Her memoir speaks of years spent feeling invisible, unworthy, and forgotten. Sound familiar? But now she uses her platform not just to shine, but to speak for those who are still in their shadow seasons. You too were hidden for a reason, not to be diminished, but to be developed. In your quietest moments, your spiritual sight sharpened. You became a master of energy. You could feel lies in someone's tone, manipulation in someone's kindness, and danger in someone's smile. You could detect when someone admired your light, but didn't respect your healing. These weren't trust issues. This was spiritual discernment being activated in you. And now you know, surface-level connection is not enough. You need soul-deep recognition. You don't want someone who just notices you. You want someone who knows you, someone who speaks your language even in silence. Another biblical story confirms this truth. Moses. Before he led the Israelites to freedom, he spent 40 years in Midian, hidden from his people, cut off from his destiny. But it was in that wilderness that he encountered the burning bush. Exodus 3. The moment that changed everything came not in Egypt, not in the palace, but in the wilderness. Chosen one, could your burning bush moment be hidden in this season of waiting? And speaking of wilderness, think about Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Born into poverty, raised in public housing, he could have settled for a simple life. But during his hidden years, he nurtured a vision to create something bigger, something that would connect people. What started in obscurity became a global legacy. You, too, are carrying a vision that's been shaped in silence. But here's the question. Are you ready to receive what you prayed for, even if it doesn't arrive how you expected? Many chosen ones pray for love, but reject healing. They ask for elevation, but resent separation. But the truth is, you couldn't meet the person God has aligned for you in your past state. You would have pushed them away, or worse, tolerated a version of them that didn't respect your boundaries. That's why your isolation wasn't exile, it was preparation. Let's not forget Ruth 1-4. She lost her husband, left her homeland, and followed Naomi in faith. She could have chosen bitterness. She could have returned to comfort. But her loyalty led her into alignment with Boaz, a wealthy man who not only restored her legacy, but changed her lineage. Chosen one, what have you been loyal to in secret? God sees it, and reward is on the way. Even in Hollywood, we see echoes of this. Actor Keanu Reeves is known for his quiet demeanor, spiritual reflections, and years of grieving in private. He's spoken about deep losses, including his partner and child, and yet remained grounded. Despite his wealth and fame, he still gives generously, walks among everyday people, and carries a calm power. Why? Because silence births depth. He is respected not for his fame, but for his soul. And now, chosen one, God is aligning you with someone who matches your depth. Not just your preferences. They're not coming to fix you. They're coming to mirror the wholeness you've cultivated. They'll speak peace when your soul feels overwhelmed. They'll honor your growth without trying to rush your pace. They'll see the fire in you and not flinch, because they've walked through fire too. Do you remember Esther? Before she became queen, she was hidden in the palace for months, undergoing preparation she didn't fully understand. But when the moment came, she didn't just enter a relationship. She entered purpose. Esther 2:4. The man you are being aligned with isn't just wealthy in finances. He's wealthy in faith, in vision, in responsibility. He won't just relocate you physically. He'll relocate your perception of what love can look like. One final example. Tyler Perry. Before the world knew his name, he was living in his car, writing plays that no one came to see. But he persisted through rejection, betrayal, and obscurity. And now, he builds studios, tells stories, and creates spaces for others. He didn't just find success, he became a safe space. And God is sending someone into your life who carries that same safety. So here's the final question, chosen one. Are you still trying to go back to what felt familiar? Or are you finally ready to step into the love that was custom built for your soul? Because this next chapter isn't about hoping someone picks you. It's about realizing you've already been chosen by God, by destiny, and now by someone who sees your divinity, not just your beauty. This isn't just romance, it's realignment. You're no longer just hoping for partnership. You're being positioned for divine union. This is the unveiling, the glow-up, the relocation, not just of your body, but of your spirit. And every tear you cried in silence, heaven collected them. Now they're being converted into rain, rain that will water your new garden of love. Chapter 2. God is sending you a wealthy soulmate, refined by fire, rooted in purpose. Chosen one, have you ever met someone who seemed perfect on the outside, yet left you emptier than when you first encountered them? Have you felt that sting of realizing a beautiful smile can mask a broken spirit? That charm, no matter how magnetic, cannot substitute for truth? If so, then you've already begun your divine training. That wasn't random disappointment. That was heaven sharpening your discernment. You had to learn the difference between counterfeit affection and covenant love. Why? Because what's coming now isn't shallow, it's sacred. God is not sending you someone to impress your ego. He is sending someone to anchor your soul, not to entertain your emotions, but to elevate your spirit. And the one approaching isn't just wealthy by human standards. They are wealthy in wisdom, in spirit, and in surrender. They carry substance, not spectacle. Have you ever asked yourself why you had to endure relationships that started with fire but ended in fog? Why you felt so deeply only to discover you were dealing with someone who lacked depth? It's because you, chosen one, carry a rare light. And rare light attracts all kinds of eyes, not all of them pure. God allowed the counterfeits to cross your path, not to hurt you, but to refine your radar. You learned to spot the difference between love and control, connection and convenience, energy and ego. You now know that love isn't loud, it's consistent, it doesn't boast, it builds. Think of the biblical story of Abigail and David, 1 Samuel 25. Abigail was a woman of wisdom, grace, and wealth, married to a foolish and abusive man named Nabal. When David's men were dishonored by Nabal, Abigail stepped in with humility, resources, and prophetic insight. She wasn't just rich in possessions, she was rich in character, and David noticed. Her actions saved lives, and ultimately aligned her with royalty. Your future partner will carry this same balance. They'll be resourceful yet respectful, strategic yet spirit-led. They'll know how to speak to your anointing without shrinking your strength. Let's bring it into today's world. Have you heard of Mo Ibrahim, a Sudanese-born billionaire who made his fortune in telecommunications, but is more famous for what he gives than what he earns? Through the Mo Ibrahim Foundation, he funds leadership development, governance reform, and sustainable growth in Africa. His story reminds us, true wealth is stewardship, not accumulation. The person God is preparing for you isn't just rich in bank accounts, they're rich in impact. They've used their wilderness wisely. They've cried prayers in silence and sacrificed comfort for character. They've rejected the crowd to walk closer with the Creator. Are you truly ready to meet someone who doesn't need saving, but sees your spirit and says, finally, there you are? Because when this person enters your life, there will be no confusion. You won't wonder where you stand. You won't question their intentions. Their energy will whisper clarity. Their presence will feel like prophecy fulfilled. They've walked alone too. They've made peace with their past and learned to live fully in the present. They won't compare you to anyone. They'll recognize you. They've waited for someone who speaks their language. Not with words, but with alignment. Just like Boaz noticed Ruth's loyalty before her beauty, Ruth too. Your soulmate will honor your sacrifices before they celebrate your shine, and you won't have to beg for their attention. They'll already be listening with their spirit. Because real love doesn't chase noise, it's drawn to truth. Let's reflect on someone who embodies this principle in real life. Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo. She led a global corporation with strength and humility, yet always honored her family, her faith, and her integrity. She turned down opportunities that didn't align with her values and redefined what legacy-minded leadership looks like. That's the kind of depth your partner will carry, vision wrapped in virtue. But here's something most don't talk about. Are you emotionally prepared to receive someone who won't play with your heart, but will partner with your calling? Many pray for love, but haven't yet healed their fear of intimacy. Others ask for legacy, but haven't yet built inner security. That's why your isolation was necessary. It wasn't a punishment, It was preparation. You needed to learn what love is by first learning what it's not. When your partner shows up, they'll bring peace, not pressure. Their abundance won't be a weapon, it'll be a vessel. They've learned that money without mission is meaningless. And you, chosen one, carry a mission worth funding. Their finances are not your rescue plan. They are heaven's reinforcement. Their wealth is not for status, it's for stewardship, to unlock doors that poverty tried to keep shut, to fund visions that have waited too long, to restore what generational wounds tried to destroy. Think of Lydia, the seller of purple in Acts 16. She was a successful businesswoman and one of the first converts in Europe. But what set her apart wasn't just her resources, it was her reverence. She opened her home to Paul and became a pillar in the early church. Your partner will carry this same anointing. Wealthy, yes, but always worshipful. Here's a modern example. Actor and entrepreneur Jessica Alba. After rising to fame, she founded a billion-dollar company based on clean, ethical living, The Honest Company. She didn't just build wealth, she built solutions. Your soulmate will think the same way. How can what I have serve who I love? So the question becomes, will you recognize divine partnership when it knocks? Not with fireworks, but with fruit. The one coming your way doesn't need your spotlight. They'll protect it. They won't drain your energy. They'll expand it. They don't come with ego, but with empathy. They've survived storms you'll never hear about, but they'll recognize the storm survivor in you instantly. And unlike those in your past, you won't need to shrink to stay beside them. You won't need to explain why you protect your energy, why you move in silence, or why your peace is non-negotiable. They'll already know, because they've had to do the same. Remember the story of Isaac and Rebekah, Genesis 24. Abraham's servant prayed for a sign, and Rebekah showed up with kindness, humility, and initiative. She offered water not just to the servant, but to his camels too. That's over 100 gallons of water. That act wasn't romantic, it was prophetic. Her generosity was the confirmation. She wasn't performing, she was simply aligned. Your soulmate won't impress you with rehearsed lines or strategic gestures. Their spirit will speak before their words do. Their presence will feel like home. And when they pour into you, it won't come from pressure. It'll come from overflow. Another real-world example. Hamdi Ulukaya, the founder of Chobani, a Turkish immigrant who started a yogurt empire in America, not just to make money, but to change lives. He gives equity to his workers, hires refugees, and reinvests in the people. That's what your partner will look like, not a savior, but a builder, someone who understands the divine weight of impact. And here's the truth you must never forget. You're not being sent a hero. You already have one, Jesus Christ. You're being sent a partner, a spiritual equal, someone who doesn't just admire your glow. They know the fire it took to forge it. When they look at you, they won't see a fixer-upper. They'll see a fortress. And instead of competing with your light, they'll add fuel to your flame. Together, you'll build not just a home, but a haven. Not just a life, but a legacy. Because this isn't just romance. It's realignment with divine purpose. This is God saying, now they're both ready. Now they can multiply what they were only maintaining alone. Now they can carry kingdom assignments side by side. And this time, chosen one, you won't settle for chemistry without commitment. You won't mistake intensity for intimacy. You won't confuse love bombing for legacy building. This time, you'll know the difference. Because you've been trained by disappointment, strengthened by silence, and prepared by God Himself. So don't be surprised when the one arrives, not with a flash, but with fruit. Not to rescue you, but to run beside you. Not to worship you, but to walk with you. This is not just the start of a new relationship. It's the continuation of your divine assignment. This is heaven's orchestration. This is holy partnership. This is divine timing. and it's right on schedule. Chapter 3. God is relocating you, because where you were can no longer hold who you're becoming. Chosen one, have you felt it lately? That quiet discomfort in your spirit, that sense that you've outgrown your surroundings, not out of pride but from purpose. Has your peace started to feel stale, your excitement a little dulled, your days slightly too predictable, like you're standing in a room that once fit but now feels tight across your shoulders? What if I told you that this tension isn't a sign of something going wrong? It's confirmation that something holy is unfolding. There comes a moment in the life of every chosen one when God whispers, "You cannot stay here," not because you've failed, not because you're being punished, but because the space you're currently in, mentally, emotionally, geographically, was only meant to carry you this far, not all the way. Have you ever wondered why you feel restless even when things are stable? Why you've started to see cracks in a place that once felt like home? Why the very soil that once fed you now feels too shallow for your expanding roots? It's because divine relocation is in motion, and it's not just about geography, it's about destiny. This is not a breakdown, this is a repositioning. What you're feeling is the hand of God shifting your coordinates, because where you are can no longer hold who you're becoming. Let's take it to the Word. In Genesis 12, God spoke to Abram, "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you." No map, no timeline, just a promise. And through that act of obedience, Abram became Abraham, the father of nations. Chosen one, what if the land you're in now has fulfilled its assignment, and the reason you feel the urge to move is because heaven has already approved your promotion? What if the place that once protected you is now preventing your expansion? Think about this. Would Joseph have ever become Pharaoh's right hand if he had remained in Canaan? His path to purpose required a detour to Egypt, a pit, a prison, but those inconvenient relocations led to his revelation. Genesis 37 to 50. So here's a question only your spirit can answer. What if your current discomfort is actually divine disruption in disguise? Chosen one, relocation doesn't always look like a plane ticket or a new address. Sometimes it begins as a holy irritation, an undeniable restlessness, a whisper during prayer, a sudden opportunity that interrupts your routine. And though it may feel uncertain, unsettling, even scary, trust that it is strategic. God is not removing you from something. He is positioning you for something greater. Let's bring this into your world. Do you know who Ava DuVernay is? She was once a publicist, well into her 30s, before she ever picked up a camera. And yet, something inside her said, "You can't stay here." She transitioned into filmmaking and became the visionary behind Selma, 13th, and When They See Us. That pivot wasn't random, it was redirection. Now she opens doors for thousands. Your next move, chosen one, carries that same magnitude. It's not just for you, it's for those who will walk through the doors you open. You've stayed loyal to a land that fed your beginnings. But now, God is calling you into the land of your becoming, that place where your voice will carry further, where your vision will stretch wider, where your creativity will run freer. And the beautiful thing is, your soulmate may be the divine bridge to this territory. This person won't just show up with affection, they'll arrive with access. They'll see the dreams you've hidden in journals and say, "Let's build it." They'll notice your hesitations and respond with strategy. They won't come empty-handed, they'll come equipped, not just with resources, but with reverence for your calling. And it won't feel like rescue, it will feel like recognition. Let's revisit another story, Ruth. She had to leave everything familiar, her homeland, her people, even her name's reputation, to follow Naomi. And yet, in that obedience, she met Boaz, entered a new destiny, and became part of the lineage of Christ. Ruth 1 through 4. Her relocation looked like loss, but it led to legacy. So, chosen one, what are you willing to release to walk into the next dimension of your destiny? Because divine relocation doesn't come without cost. You may mourn what you're leaving behind. You may grieve familiar faces, familiar streets, and familiar habits. But hear this, you are not being uprooted to be lost. You are being replanted to flourish. Let's bring in another example. Do you know the story of Trevor Noah? Born during apartheid in South Africa, he navigated a system stacked against him. But he followed the whispers, moved to the US, and became the host of The Daily Show, using humor and intelligence to reach millions. His move wasn't just geographical, it was generational. Your next move may look small to the world, but in the spirit, it's seismic. And when the relocation comes, through a new job, a divine connection, a soul-level partnership, or even a prompting that wakes you at 3 a.m., don't resist it. You weren't created to stay where comfort stagnates your spirit. Sometimes God will send a person who embodies the next season of your life. And when you meet them, their presence will feel like permission. Their peace will feel like prophecy. They won't offer you escape. They'll offer you elevation. And suddenly the move won't feel like a risk. It will feel like alignment. Chosen one, it's time to start seeing relocation as a holy upgrade. In the book of Acts, we find Philip, a disciple, being literally relocated by the Spirit to meet the Ethiopian eunuch, Acts 8:26-40. He wasn't given all the details, he just obeyed. And that act of obedience helped spread the gospel to a new land. Philip's relocation wasn't about personal gain, it was about divine strategy. So ask yourself this: what region is waiting on your obedience? What breakthrough is tied to your movement? Let's pause with one more modern story. Vera Wang, the now iconic fashion designer, spent years pursuing professional figure skating and then journalism. It wasn't until her late 30s that she entered fashion, an industry she had never planned to join. But that pivot, that holy redirection, created a billion-dollar brand. Sometimes your destination isn't revealed until you take a step away from the familiar. And now it's your turn, chosen one. Your spirit already knows what your mind is trying to reason away. You weren't built for stagnancy. You weren't meant to stay boxed into environments that cannot recognize your frequency. The rooms you're entering in this next season were built with your anointing in mind. You'll speak, and hearts will shift. You'll create, and doors will open. You'll walk in, and divine order will rearrange itself around you. This isn't instability, it's divine mobility. This is heaven saying, you've outgrown the tent, now here's the palace. And you'll know it's the right place, not because everything is easy, but because everything is aligned. Peace will find you again. Your body will exhale. Your mind will quiet. Your soul will whisper, finally, we're home. So pack lightly, but prepare deeply. Let go of the guilt for growing. Release the fear of the unknown. Say goodbye to expired environments and walk boldly into the blessing with your name on it. God is not relocating you to punish you. He is repositioning you because where you are cannot hold what you're about to carry. This is not a goodbye. This is a resurrection. You're not just moving to a new address. You're being summoned into a new atmosphere, where your legacy can breathe, where your light can stretch, where your calling won't echo in empty halls, but will be heard, honored, and activated. Get ready, chosen one, to breathe again, to dream again, to speak freely, to live wildly, to rise boldly, because your relocation isn't random, it's written. Chapter 4. When Purpose Meets Purpose, the divine collision of two prepared souls. Chosen one, what if I told you that the love story God has planned for you isn't merely about companionship, but commission? that what is coming next in your life isn't just a romance, it's a revival. Have you ever felt that quiet ache in your soul, not just to be loved, but to be understood at the level of your calling? Have you ever looked at your reflection and whispered, "Lord, will anyone ever truly grasp the depth of who I am and what you've placed inside of me?" If you have, then hear this clearly. God has heard those whispers, and He is moving behind the scenes to match purpose with purpose. This is the season where God is orchestrating divine alignment, not just emotional attraction. What's about to enter your life is not rooted in fleeting feelings. It's grounded in eternal design. You weren't called to ordinary. You weren't built to settle. Your destiny requires a partner who has been refined, not just rewarded. Someone whose soul has been stretched by silence, shaped by obedience, and set on fire by purpose. Let's begin by revisiting a story that's often overlooked. In Luke 1, we find Zechariah and Elizabeth, righteous and faithful, yet barren for years. Their love endured decades of disappointment, but at the appointed time, their union birthed John the Baptist, the forerunner to Christ. Their relationship wasn't just about romance, it was about revival. God preserved their union not for comfort, but for calling. Chosen one, can you see now why every past relationship that lacked spiritual depth fell apart? You were never designed for shallow bonds. You were marked for holy alliances. Your soulmate, the one heaven is preparing for you, is not just someone who will fall in love with you. They will fall in step with your calling. They will hear heaven in your voice and see legacy in your eyes. They will not run from the weight you carry. They will shoulder it with you. Are you ready for a partner who prays like you, dreams like you, and walks in power like you? Because this isn't about finding someone to complete you. It's about connecting with someone who's been completed by God, just like you have. They've prayed with no applause, believed with no blueprint, obeyed without guarantees. Just like you, they were hidden on purpose, preserved for the right time. Their heart is mature, their faith is tested, and now their path is converging with yours. Two are better than one because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10. Look at Priscilla and Aquila in Acts 18. This power couple not only worked together as tent makers, but they also traveled and ministered with Paul. They weren't just lovers, they were co-laborers in Christ. When they encountered Apollos, a brilliant teacher who needed deeper truth, it was together that they mentored him. This is what divine partnership looks like. Not just chemistry, but collaboration. Your soulmate, chosen one, is someone who knows that love isn't just emotion, it's an assignment. They understand that what God builds through two prepared people can impact generations. They're not coming to compete, they're coming to complement. They'll anoint your hands before every mission. They'll speak scripture over your dreams. They'll fast with you when war is in the air. And they'll remind you that the kingdom comes before comfort, before image, before applause. And let us consider how we may spur one another on toward love and good deeds. Hebrews 10:24. Can you imagine a love like that? One that stretches your spirit and steadies your soul. Let me introduce you to a real-life example. Corey and Amanda Asbury, worship leaders known for the song Reckless Love. Behind the scenes, their marriage has weathered deep valleys, but their commitment to Christ and each other created a platform not just for music, but for ministry. Their union is a reminder that love is not about perfection, it's about persistence in purpose. Together, chosen one, you won't just build a life, you'll establish a legacy. You'll create businesses that are rooted in integrity, ministries that are saturated with prayer, homes that host the presence of God, children who walk in truth and spiritual authority. You'll worship together, war together, win together. You will not have to hide your fire to make them feel comfortable. They'll match it. They'll fan it. Think about Barack and Michelle Obama. Long before they entered the White House, they built each other, supported each other, honored each other's minds, gifts, and destinies. Their love has impacted not just a nation, but a generation. And you, chosen one, are being paired with someone whose impact will multiply yours, not mute it. But here's a holy question to wrestle with. Have you truly made space for this kind of love? Or are you still making room for what's familiar? Because love like this won't feel familiar. It'll feel sacred, weighty, transformational. And if you're still expecting butterflies instead of blueprint alignment, you might miss it. The kind of connection God is orchestrating is the kind where heaven gets louder when you both enter the room, where demons tremble when you hold hands, where prayers feel like prophecy, where your very union becomes a weapon against darkness. For where 2 or 3 gather in my name, there am I with them. Matthew 18:20. Let's revisit another biblical pair, Isaac and Rebekah, Genesis 24. Abraham's servant prayed for a sign, and Rebekah appeared, not only meeting the criteria, but exceeding it with humility and diligence. Isaac didn't choose her from a crowd of options. He recognized her through peace. And when he took her into his tent, the Bible says he loved her and was comforted. This is what holy love does. It comforts. It doesn't confuse. It confirms. Chosen one, your partner will recognize your anointing before your accolades. They will honor your spirit before they pursue your body. They will call you by your purpose before they ever call you their partner. Let's highlight a final real-life example. T.D. Jakes and Sarita Jakes. Over decades of marriage, they've weathered storms together, raised children together, built ministries together. She's not just the wife of a bishop. She's a powerful voice, a prophetic mother, and a pillar of wisdom. Their story is one of mutual elevation, of iron sharpening iron. This is what's coming for you, chosen one. A spiritual equal, a kingdom builder, a soul-deep companion. He who finds a wife finds what is good and receives favor from the Lord. Proverbs 18:22. Someone who doesn't just love you, but sees the call on your life and chooses to protect it with their own. You will not have to fight for their attention. You'll walk in mutual pursuit. You will not have to edit your calling. You'll expand together. You'll build with fire, launch with faith, and move in the authority that comes only when God unites 2 prepared vessels. People will look at the 2 of you and say, that's what divine timing looks like. They'll feel the weight of God on your union. It won't just inspire, it will impart. Because your love story isn't just for you, it's a prophetic blueprint for others. Your partnership will ignite atmospheres, spark healing, and rewrite narratives. Your home will become a sanctuary. Your presence together will unlock realms for others. This isn't romance, it's revival. This isn't companionship, it's commission. This isn't preference, it's purpose. You are stepping into the kind of union where 2 flames collide, and instead of burning out, they build an altar. So prepare your spirit, chosen one. Don't just pray for love, pray for alignment. Don't just ask for chemistry, ask for calling. Because what's coming isn't just your partner, it's your purpose wrapped in flesh, and heaven has already signed the scroll. Chapter 5. You won't have to force what God has already ordained. Chosen one, have you ever found yourself overthinking a connection, wondering if you're being too much or not enough? Have you ever lost sleep trying to decode mixed signals, prayed for peace in the midst of romantic confusion, or questioned whether love always has to come wrapped in chaos? If so, let this truth wash over your soul. When it's from God, it won't feel forced, it will flow. And the flow of a divine connection doesn't come with second guessing, it comes with peace. You won't have to beg for attention, perform to be worthy, or manipulate the narrative to keep them interested. When the one God has ordained for you arrives, they won't stumble in uncertain or scattered. They will move with clarity, alignment, and recognition. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace. 1 Corinthians 14:33. This next connection is not born from emotional anxiety. It is born from divine agreement. And agreement in the spirit always echoes as peace in the soul. This person won't come wearing the costume of chaos or masked in hot and cold behavior. They won't leave you questioning your worth or unsure of your place in their world. No, this time it will be different. This time, the moment will be accompanied by a stillness within you, a sacred knowing that feels like breath after suffocation, like clarity after confusion. Have you ever longed for love that didn't require you to constantly explain yourself, your value, your depth? Then you are ready for what God is about to release. When your spirit meets theirs, recognition will take place before words ever do. They'll feel your presence before they hear your voice. They'll see God's fingerprint on your life before you tell them a single detail of your past. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. That's how specific divine matchmaking is. This is not just chemistry, this is meeting calling. It will not be about compatibility rooted in shared hobbies or lifestyle similarities. It will be about two souls that were designed to amplify each other's divine assignment. The connection will carry mutual pursuit, not pressure. Mutual growth, not imbalance. Mutual effort, not exhaustion. Have you ever wondered what it feels like to be in a relationship where you're not the only one doing the emotional labor, where you're not constantly overextending yourself just to keep the bond alive? Chosen one, your next relationship will feel like coming up for air after years of treading water. You'll feel safe in every way, emotionally, spiritually, even energetically. They won't be intimidated by your depth or confused by your silence. They won't see your boundaries as rejection. They'll see them as protection, both for you and for the union. That's what happens when two healed people meet. And you, beloved, have been healing. Silently, slowly, and faithfully. This person will want to know your heart, not just your history. They'll ask questions that others never thought to ask. And when you answer, they won't listen to reply. They'll listen to understand. This connection will bring laughter that bubbles from your spirit, prayers that echo through your home, and conversations that unlock doors in both of your souls. There's a gentleness to godly love that's often forgotten in a culture obsessed with intensity and passion, but real love is soft, sacred, and steady. Think of the story of Mary and Joseph. Their union wasn't glamorous. It came with risk, controversy, and heavy assignments. And yet, Joseph never abandoned Mary. He believed in her purity, even when others whispered. He honored God's voice over public opinion. Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary home as your wife. Matthew 1:20. He protected her calling, not just her comfort. This is what a godly partner does. They shield the sacred, even when it costs them. In our time, we've seen glimpses of such divine steadiness in couples like Chip and Joanna Gaines. Though known for home renovations, their strength lies in their spiritual unity. They've built not just a business, but a life anchored in faith and service. Chip has repeatedly said he followed God's voice through Joanna's discernment. That's the kind of dynamic you're being called into, not domination, but discernment-led devotion. You and your partner will build what neither of you could have accomplished alone: ministries that transform, homes soaked in prayer, businesses that carry integrity and purpose. You'll cover each other before battles. You'll pray before decisions. You'll rest in God's timing together. And even if your path takes you far from what's familiar, new cities, new assignments, even new versions of yourself, it will still feel like home. Because home isn't always a place, it's a presence, and God's presence will be all over this relationship. The blessing of the Lord makes rich, and he adds no sorrow with it. Proverbs 10:22. That's how you'll know it's from him. It won't drain your joy. It won't dismantle your peace. It will add to your life in quiet, powerful, holy ways. Consider this. Have you ever had to over-explain your emotions? Have you found yourself pleading to be understood by people who didn't have the capacity to see you? Then this connection will feel like freedom. It will be the first time you don't have to choose between being powerful and being loved. Because finally, you'll be both. Another modern testimony of such sacred compatibility is found in the marriage of Lecrae and his wife, Dara Moore. Through public scrutiny, spiritual warfare, and personal evolution, they've held on to each other and onto God. Lecrae has spoken openly about her being his safe place, even through his seasons of depression and deconstruction. That's what spiritual partnership does. It holds you even when the world doesn't. So let this be your confirmation. Anything that constantly leaves you anxious, confused, or compromised is not from God. Every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights. Chances Saint Matthew, Champs and Intense 1:17. And the one he is preparing for you is exactly that. A perfect gift in its timing, its essence, and its purpose. You won't need to chase this. You won't need to rehearse your worth. When it's God-ordained, it arrives with grace, timing, and confirmation. And while you wait, don't grow bitter. Grow ready. Keep healing. Keep becoming. Because what's being formed for you is not delayed. It's being refined. They are not late, and neither are you. The intersection is already scheduled. And when your eyes meet theirs, your soul will remember what heaven always knew. This was never about finding love. This was about fulfilling destiny. Chapter 6. Your value will be honored, not overlooked. Chosen one, have you ever stood in a room full of people yet felt unseen? Have you ever poured out your love, your wisdom, your prayers, and your energy, only to be met with silence, misunderstanding, or shallow gratitude? Have you ever wondered if perhaps your sacredness was too much, too heavy, too bright, too deep for this world to hold? You've been in the presence of those who enjoyed your light, but never sought to understand the flame that produced it. They smiled at your strength, but ignored the scars that formed beneath it. They drew from your well, but never stopped to ask, how deep do your waters run? This wasn't because you lacked value, but because they lacked capacity. And now, heaven is making a shift. You were never invisible. You were protected. You were never too much. You were consecrated. You weren't rejected. You were reserved. Do not cast your pearls before swine. Matthew 7:6. That verse, often misunderstood, speaks directly to you. Chosen one. For too long, your sacredness was placed in spaces that could not honor it. People admired your presence but were intimidated by your depth. They liked your softness but lacked the strength to stand beside it. They were drawn to your light but unwilling to evolve in order to protect it. And slowly, you began to question yourself. You wondered if you needed to dim down to be accepted. You asked God why your heart was so big in a world that often rewarded emotional detachment. You questioned whether your compassion was weakness or your depth was a defect. But let me tell you, your worth was never the issue. The issue was that you were a rare, holy treasure placed in temporary soil. And still, you didn't break. You didn't lose your light. You became more aware of who's truly worthy to witness it. Your discernment was sharpened. Your spirit matured. And now, you no longer seek crowds. You seek alignment. You no longer crave being seen. You crave being understood. Are you ready for someone who sees your soul before your silhouette? Someone who honors your silence as deeply as your words? Because what's coming next is a person sent by God who carries the capacity to hold sacred things with reverence. They won't just admire your strength, they'll understand the cost of it. They won't romanticize your resilience. They'll respect the battles that built it. Think of the story of the woman who anointed Jesus with expensive oil in Luke 7. The room judged her. They saw her actions but not her history. Yet Jesus said, "She has done a beautiful thing to me." Truly I tell you, wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told. Luke 7:6-9. She honored Christ and in return was eternally honored. Your future partner will be someone who sees you the way Christ saw her, with reverence, with insight, with eternal vision. They'll see the divine blueprint etched into your soul. They'll cherish your voice, not just for how you speak, but for what you say. They'll value how you hold space for others, the way you pray even when no one's watching, and how your presence brings peace wherever you go. You won't need to explain your worth. You won't have to justify your calling, because their spirit will recognize yours, not by surface familiarity, but by divine resonance. Let's bring this into the present. Have you heard of Sarah Jakes Roberts and Touré Roberts? When they came together, both had pasts marked by pain, but they had been prepared for purpose. Touré didn't try to fix Sarah, he covered her. He honored the anointing on her life. He spoke to the queen in her before the world ever acknowledged it. That's what heaven-sent love looks like. It restores your sense of wholeness and reminds you that your brilliance was never too much. It was simply too rare. Chosen one, get ready for someone who doesn't just compliment your beauty, but calls out your destiny. They'll see your strength and still protect your softness. They'll cover your spirit, not because you need protection, but because they understand its value. You won't be too emotional, too spiritual, too complex. You'll be just right in the hands of someone anointed to hold you. She is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire can compare with her. Proverbs 3:15. That's how God sees you, and now He is positioning someone who will see you the same way. This partner will speak life into you, not just when you're shining, but when you're still. They'll celebrate the small things, the silent acts of kindness, the wisdom in your restraint, the way you keep showing up with grace even when life has been unkind. Their love will not be extractive, it will be restorative. They will pour into you without keeping score. Their joy won't come from seeing you subdued, it will come from watching you rise. This is not someone who needs your spotlight to shine. It's someone who brings their own flame and says, "Let's burn together for God's glory." Consider the love between Nobel Prize-winning author Toni Morrison and her work. Not a romantic example, but a spiritual one. Morrison once said, "If you have some power, then your job is to empower somebody else." That's what your partner will do. They won't be threatened by your power. They'll multiply it. You won't have to shrink. You won't have to rehearse who you are. You won't have to perform. You will rest. Rest in being fully seen, fully valued, fully honored. Your next chapter is not about pretending to be lovable. It's about knowing you are holy. You were never meant to be consumed by those who only loved the surface of you. You were meant to be cherished by someone who sees the depth of you. Let's not forget another powerful relationship from Scripture, Hannah and Elkanah, 1 Samuel 1. While others mocked her barrenness, Elkanah loved her dearly and gave her a double portion. He didn't love her for what she could produce. He loved her for who she was. That's the love God is sending you, a love that isn't conditional but covenantal. You've paid the price of being misunderstood. You've stayed soft in a world that tried to harden you. And now you're being aligned with someone who knows how to love a soul that glows even in silence. Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to be loved without fear, to be seen without being dissected, to be protected without having to ask for it? That's what divine love feels like. A real-life reflection of this is the marriage of Denzel and Pauletta Washington. Through fame, trials, and spiritual refinement, they've maintained a quiet strength and respect for one another. Pauletta has been quoted saying, "I support him in everything because I know who he is." That's what's being prepared for you. A love that knows who you are without needing explanations. Honor one another above yourselves. Romans 12:10. That's what this connection will be rooted in. Mutual honor, not hierarchy. Shared vision, not performance. Deep respect, not temporary praise. So, chosen one, hear this. Your value was never in question. Your timing is not late. And your next chapter is not about striving. It's about receiving. You are not difficult. You are divine. You are not too much. You are a miracle wrapped in humility, radiance, and wisdom. This time, you won't have to silence your voice to keep peace. This time, your power will not be trimmed to fit someone's insecurity. This time, your light will not be treated like a burden. It will be honored as the sacred celestial gift it truly is. Get ready, because the one who's coming will not just love you, they will honor you, and they're on their way. Chapter 7. Get ready to receive what you prayed for. Chosen one, can you feel it? That subtle shift in the atmosphere, the quiet pulling on your spirit that says something is different now. Have you noticed how your tears have been drying a little faster, how your hope has started rising without permission? Have you begun to sense, even without knowing all the details, that the thing you've been praying for is finally on its way? There were nights, long and lonely, when your heart whispered into darkness, "God, do you even hear me?" And heaven did not reply with thunder or lightning. But now, chosen one, heaven is responding with manifestation. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are attentive to their cry. Psalm 34:15. Your whispers did not vanish into silence. They became seeds in sacred soil, seeds that are now blooming into destiny. You didn't just cry for love. You asked for alignment. You weren't begging for superficial perfection. You were pleading for something real, something holy, something that could hold the weight of your soul. You asked for a love that felt like home and heaven at the same time. A relationship where your spirit could rest, where your depth wouldn't be feared but welcomed. You asked for someone who wouldn't just enjoy your presence, but would reverence your purpose. And now, beloved, your prayer is becoming reality. The season you're stepping into will make sense of the tears you shed in the last one. The long nights were never in vain. They were birthing something sacred. While others settled for temporary fixes, you stood still in the fire, allowing God to shape your inner world. And now that inner wholeness is attracting a blessing wrapped in flesh and glory. Let me ask you this. What if your wait wasn't a delay, but a divine design? What if the silence was the space God used to prepare both of you? There's a beautiful truth in the story of Anna the prophetess, Luke 2:36-38. She waited decades in the temple, fasting and praying, believing she would witness the Messiah. And at the right moment, after a lifetime of quiet faith, she saw him. One divine moment redeemed every year of waiting. And just like Anna, your waiting is about to be fulfilled in full. God is not just sending someone into your life, they're being released into your life. This person comes with vision, with direction, with the emotional and spiritual capacity to love you the way your soul has longed to be loved. They are not just bringing romance, they are bringing movement. They won't be intimidated by your strength. They won't fumble your vulnerability. They won't shrink in the face of your anointing. They'll come with honor in their voice and protection in their hands. You'll know them by their consistency, by the peace they bring when they enter the room, by the way their words match their actions, not just once, but over time. Let love be genuine. Abhor what is evil. Hold fast to what is good. Romans 12:9. Their love will not be wrapped in confusion, it will be clothed in clarity. And they won't just match your pace, they will magnify your mission. They'll step in ready to build, not just benefit. Their love will echo God's original intention for you, to love and be loved without fear. Consider the story of Harriet Tubman. Before she was revered as a freedom fighter, she was simply a woman who prayed with her whole heart and followed divine instruction. She once said, "I prayed to God to make me strong and able to fight, and that's what I prayed for ever since." Her prayers didn't lead to ease, but they did lead to impact. Just like her, your prayers weren't small. They weren't selfish. They were born from vision and purpose, and now they are being answered, not with mere affection, but with activation. So, are you truly ready to receive what you asked for? Many want the blessing, but haven't prepared their life to sustain it. That's why this season demands your full participation. Not in chasing, but in clearing. You must clear the space, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Let go of expired soul ties. Forgive what's behind you. Release the illusion of closure from people who were never meant to carry your future. Chosen one, make room. Not just in your schedule, but in your soul. Not just in your hopes, but in your habits. Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtains wide. Do not hold back. Isaiah 54:2. Because what's coming will require more space than what you've given God permission to fill before. And what you're receiving is not just a relationship, it's a reflection, a mirror of every lesson, every prayer, every broken moment that was refined by fire. This connection won't trigger old wounds. It will testify that healing happened. It won't pull you backward. It will launch you forward. Real-life testimonies of this kind of divine alignment are rare, but they exist. Consider Dr. Bernice King and her work in carrying her father's legacy. Though not in a romantic example here, her life shows that when you carry divine vision, God surrounds you with the right partners, people who get it. Her team, her circle, her alignment, they all point toward divine orchestration. You too are about to be encircled by alignment, including the one you love. This next love won't just comfort you, it will catalyze you. And if God is writing it, then trust that the script was always worth waiting for. You're not just walking into a new relationship, you're stepping into a new dimension, one where your purpose won't be questioned, your presence won't be ignored, and your prayers won't return empty. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you. Matthew 7:7. That door is opening now, and your name is written on the other side. Think of Tyler Perry. Before his empire, he spent years homeless, misunderstood, and overlooked. But he kept praying, he kept creating, he kept believing. And when the time came, his life was flooded with the very things he had long envisioned. Partnership, purpose, and prosperity. You, chosen one, are standing at that same spiritual intersection, where belief meets breakthrough. So what do you need to release to receive this? What belief still lingers that says, maybe it's too late, or maybe I don't deserve it? Burn that lie, because what's coming is not a result of your perfection, it's a result of your positioning. You stayed faithful, you chose healing, you allowed God to prepare you, and now heaven is responding. This is your promise, wrapped in clarity, your confirmation walking toward you, your future knocking with purpose in its hands and your name in its heart. And yes, you may be led to unfamiliar places, you may relocate, you may shed some things that felt permanent, but the life that's unfolding, it will be rich with divine peace, and the love that's emerging, it will be one that no human could orchestrate, because only God could align it. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desires of your heart. Psalm 37:4. And he is doing just that. Chosen one, your waiting has not been wasted. Your tears have not been ignored. Your obedience has not gone unnoticed. The heavens are opening. Your love is approaching. Your next chapter is not just on the way, it's already begun. So stay ready, stay clear, stay aligned, because you're not just receiving love, you're receiving prophecy fulfilled. And it's happening soon. Beloved, chosen one, if your spirit has felt the truth in these words, if something deep within you whispered, "This is for me," then you already know that this isn't just a message. This is a confirmation. This divine union will feel like coming home to a place you never knew you needed. The way the timing aligns, the way peace floods your heart, and the way your soul will recognize their presence, it will all confirm what your spirit already suspected. This was God's plan all along. You are stepping into a sacred chapter where everything begins to align effortlessly. Doors that once remained locked are opening with quiet ease. Delays that tested your faith are transforming into divine acceleration. What was stagnant will begin to shift rapidly, not through striving, but through surrender. And the love that is approaching you will do more than comfort your heart. It will awaken your next dimension. This is not just the start of a relationship. This is the unveiling of your harvest season. You are not attracting just a partner. You are entering into a covenant ordained in heaven, one infused with divine purpose, spiritual clarity, and unwavering support. This next chapter isn't about completion in the way the world defines it. It's about divine completion, where two whole, prepared souls meet, not to fix each other, but to fulfill the assignment together. The person coming is not a distraction. They are an alignment. They are not your missing piece. They are the one chosen to join you on the journey. You will no longer carry the weight of your calling alone. God is pairing your purpose with someone who was born to walk beside you. They will match your prayers. They will match your pace. They will honor the oil on your life and treat your spirit with reverence. Their presence will not trigger your past. It will activate your future. You'll know it's them not by how loudly they arrive, but by how deeply your soul exhales when they do. This is the unfolding of divine timing, the fulfillment of long-prayed desires, the arrival of a union not built on ego, fantasy, or force, but on faith, alignment, and sacred recognition. Thank you from the depths of this sacred space for walking through this journey with me. Your time, your presence, and your openness to receive what heaven has prepared are honored beyond measure. If this message has touched your soul and you feel led to support this divine work, I invite you to consider donating through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps this message continue to reach and uplift chosen ones around the world. And whether you choose to give or simply continue watching, I want you to know that you are deeply appreciated, loved, and valued. May divine favor chase you down. May peace cover your heart like oil. May the love that's meant for you find you right on time, and may you never again question your worth or your timing. You are not late, you are right on schedule. And what's coming next will prove just how seen, loved, and chosen you truly are. God bless you, beloved chosen one. The best is no longer coming, it's already arriving. Chosen one, still your mind. Be fully present, because what you're about to hear was not meant for the masses. This is not a broadcast for wandering hearts. This is a message sealed with divine authority and sent directly to the one who's been searching for a sign, aching for confirmation, waiting in silence for a word that could only come from God Himself. This decree was not whispered in secret chambers. It thundered from the throne of the Most High. And your name, yes, your name, was written in fire upon it. This is not imagination. This is not coincidence. This is the release your soul has been crying out for behind closed doors. You've stayed in a place that once sheltered you, but now suffocates you. You've remained in a house that once held peace, but now carries pressure. Can you feel it? The walls don't comfort anymore. The air feels heavier. The silence feels louder. That is not your imagination. That is the expiration of a season. God is not suggesting change. He is declaring movement. You are not being asked, you are being called. This is not relocation by logic. It is not a shift based on strategy or circumstance. This is divine intervention. This is holy evacuation. This is heaven saying, "My servant will no longer reside in a house I have not chosen." And before we go further, pause. If something in you is already shaking, if your soul recognizes this moment as sacred, don't let it pass without action. Comment 777 below as a bold sign that your heart is open and you're ready to move in obedience. And to every precious soul who has poured into this ministry through Super Thanks, thank you. Your faith has become fuel, and your generosity has become the bridge by which this message finds those who need it most. May God multiply your blessings in unseen ways. But here's where it becomes even more mysterious. The shift has already begun in the spiritual realm. Things are moving behind the veil. Documents are being touched. Conversations are being stirred. Alignments are shifting. Though your eyes may not yet perceive it, heaven's will is already causing the earth to respond. What if this house you're in, emotionally, spiritually, even physically, is no longer the container for your calling? What if God is not waiting on your plan, but you are already walking inside His? Something in June will start to speak. In July, the discomfort will intensify. In August, the gate will open. And by September, the door will be shut behind you, not in loss, but in launch. This message isn't for those who scroll casually. It's for the one who feels the Spirit pressing on their chest like a divine hand saying, "You can't stay here anymore." So don't turn away now. What comes next is not just a message, it is marching orders. And it will answer the very prayer you whispered when no one else was listening. Let's go deeper. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. God says, "You will leave this house. Your new home is already waiting." Before God ever moves your body to a new place, He begins by stirring the soil beneath your soul. And lately, you've felt it. Not all at once, not with thunder, but in subtle, sacred waves. Something has shifted. It began as a quiet tug in the spirit, a restlessness not rooted in fear or dissatisfaction, but in something higher, a divine dislocation. For weeks, maybe months, you've noticed that what once felt like home now feels strangely hollow. The laughter that used to linger in the air fades more quickly now. The corners of the rooms whisper memories but not momentum. The silence has changed its tone. And that change, chosen one, is not by accident. It's not because you're ungrateful or overthinking. It is the Spirit of the living God removing His weighty presence from a place no longer assigned to your destiny. Heaven doesn't wait for you to be comfortable to start moving you. It waits for you to be obedient. This holy unease that you carry, it's not anxiety, it's alignment. It is the mark of those who are being repositioned for something greater. Do you remember Abraham? God told him, "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you." Genesis 12:1. But before Abraham ever set out, something inside him had to be unsettled. God began the move in his heart before he moved his feet. And now it's your turn. You've been pacing your home, haven't you? Walking into rooms and feeling a weight you can't explain. Sitting in your favorite chair but not finding the rest you once had. Waking up in the middle of the night without knowing why, sighing deeply into the darkness. as if your spirit is reaching for something beyond the walls. This is not coincidence, it is calling. I'll tell you a story. There's a woman named Liana, a gentle spirit, a school teacher, faithful in prayer, living in the same small town for most of her life. 3 months ago, she began waking up with a strange urge to pack a suitcase. Though she had no destination in mind, her dreams were filled with visions of places she'd never seen. And then, one morning, a letter came offering her a new position in a different city, one she hadn't applied for. Her spirit leaped while her mind hesitated. But the peace she once had in her home was gone, and the silence in her kitchen had become a quiet command. Go. Now she serves students in a city she never thought she'd live in, and every morning she walks into purpose she didn't even know was waiting. Have you ever wondered why you feel so tired even after a full night's sleep? Or why your favorite music no longer brings the joy it once did? Could it be that the anointing that once covered this chapter has lifted, and heaven is gently whispering that it's time to turn the page? The writer C.S. Lewis once wrote, "We may ignore, but we can nowhere evade the presence of God. The world is crowded with him. He walks everywhere incognito. That presence you feel stirring in your spirit isn't restlessness. It's God walking incognito through the corridors of your soul, readying you for departure. Sometimes the weight you feel is not depression, it's transition. And that transition isn't punishment, it's preparation. There's a businessman named Adrian, known for building tech empires. But before he founded anything, he faced bankruptcy and the collapse of everything he thought defined him. One night, sleeping on a friend's couch, he said aloud, "I don't belong here anymore." That whisper became his first step toward building the future. He left that couch, not knowing what was next, only knowing what was over. Now, he testifies that the greatest breakthroughs are born in moments of holy discomfort. You see, just as Elijah had to leave the brook that once sustained him when it dried up, 1 Kings 17, you too must recognize when God's provision is no longer tied to the place you've been. The brook didn't fail, it fulfilled. And now, it's time to move. You've tried to fix it, haven't you? Rearranged the furniture, repainted the walls, bought candles hoping to reignite that feeling. But nothing external can restore what God has already removed his breath from. The peace is no longer in the room because the purpose has already left. What God no longer blesses, no human effort can revive. And yet, here you are, still trying to make sense of why the place that once felt like your sanctuary now feels like your cage. Let me be clear, you are not unstable, you are being unstuck. This unrest is divine. It's not the end of something, it's the opening of something sacred. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:19. And yes, you do perceive it. Not with your eyes, but with your knowing. Your inner compass has already started pointing forward, even if your circumstances have not yet moved. A missionary named Evan once said, "The Spirit will always prepare your soul before God moves your feet." This is the season of soul preparation, chosen one. That heaviness in the air, the silence in the kitchen, the tension in your chest, they are sacred signals. Heaven is not punishing you, it is promoting you. The Spirit is not abandoning you, it is aligning you. Every sigh matters. Every restless night holds purpose. And even the quiet that surrounds you now carries prophecy. Because before the Red Sea parted, there was a night of silence. Before Lazarus walked out of the tomb, there were 4 days of stillness. So don't resist the unease, walk with it. Don't silence the whispers, lean in, don't ignore the weight. Ask yourself, what if this discomfort is not the enemy, but the exodus? God has already begun to move you from where you were, even if your body hasn't followed yet. And when he leads, he always provides. The new place is already set. You're not walking into the unknown. You're walking into what was prepared for you long ago. This is not superstition. This is spiritual sensitivity. This is not fear. This is faith moving in silence. This is not the end of home. This is the beginning of heaven's invitation. Not every place that looks peaceful is truly safe, and not every house that stands strong is blessed. There are places that seem secure to the natural eye, but to the eyes of the Spirit, they are heavy with invisible sorrow, rooms soaked with grief, air thick with old battles, ceilings echoing with words that were never meant to be spoken. And now, God has opened your spiritual vision to see what others cannot. You no longer see this house as a shelter. You feel the shift. You sense the fracture. Something in the atmosphere has changed, and you know it's not just your imagination. You used to walk through these rooms with confidence, pray with power, and feel the tangible presence of peace. But lately, even your worship feels resisted. Silence no longer feels restful. It feels charged. Arguments break out over nothing. Communication dissolves into confusion. Sometimes tears rise for no reason. Joy feels artificial. The home that once carried the fragrance of God now carries the weight of things you can't name. Why? Because you have outgrown the assignment of this place, and the Spirit is revealing a hard truth. The foundation is no longer holy. You've tried to cleanse the air with praise, to fill the silence with sermons and worship songs. You've declared scripture over every doorway, anointed every window. But what you're contending with goes deeper than mess. It's defilement. Just as in Leviticus 14:34, when the Lord told Moses that if mildew or plague appeared in a house, the priest was to examine it, and if necessary, remove the infected stones. God has examined your house, and He is removing you instead. The house has been weighed. It has been found wanting. Not because you failed to steward it, but because it was never meant to hold your next season. Not every house is a sanctuary. Some are battlegrounds, tainted by the unseen wounds of previous inhabitants. That bed you sleep in may feel fine, but it rests on a floor marked by silent betrayals, addictions, hidden violence, or unspoken curses that never left when the people did. The griefs of former tenants linger in the walls, and unless God Himself sanctifies the ground, even the holiest efforts cannot remove the spiritual residue. I want to tell you about Carmen, a devoted worship leader who spent years in a home passed down from her grandparents. She loved it, its old charm, the memories. But slowly things changed. Her family became fragmented. Her voice began to falter. One night during prayer, she felt an overwhelming urge to step outside, and the moment she did, she wept. "This house is no longer mine," she whispered. Within weeks, doors opened for a move she hadn't even planned. And the moment they left, peace returned like a flood. Have you felt that too? The sense that something is off, but you can't pinpoint what. Have you noticed how light no longer lingers in the morning? How dreams have turned heavy? Could it be that heaven is whispering, not to change your furniture, but to change your location? What you're experiencing is not a failure in faith, but a shift in territory. The warfare is no longer about emotional moods or momentary frustrations. This is spiritual geography. And the Lord is saying, enough. You will not spend another night unaware. And consider this. Even Jesus did not stay where the Spirit would not flow. When He returned to His hometown, the Bible says He could not perform many miracles there because of their unbelief. Mark 6:5-6. If the Son of God Himself honored spiritual atmosphere, how much more must you? There's a story about a cardinal in Italy who once said, "The devil often hides in places of comfort, hoping you'll stay where your calling already left." You see, comfort isn't always confirmation. Sometimes it's a trap dressed in familiarity. The house you're in may still be beautiful. It may still hold memories, your favorite colors, your photos, but spiritually it has become a tomb. What once protected you now imprisons you. What once held your joy now buries your peace. God is not just moving you to a new address. He is pulling you out of a spiritual war zone where the battle has turned toxic. Let me tell you about Joshua, a father of two, formerly a successful architect who began waking up every day with crushing fatigue and unexplained illness. Doctors found nothing. His wife, once vibrant, grew anxious. Their children's sleep turned restless. One night, while praying in the living room, Joshua saw a shadow pass the hallway with no one there. That was the moment he knew. Within days, they found another home, and the very first night in their new place, they all slept soundly for the first time in over a year. Some battles are not psychological. They are territorial. You've sown into this home. You've loved it. You've prayed over it. But the Lord is revealing that no amount of effort can make cursed ground bear the fruit of peace. No blessing can flourish where the Spirit does not rest. That is not a rebuke. It is a rescue. The Lord has seen your silent tears. He's heard your inner groans. He's watched the subtle breakdowns, the tension in the marriage, the anxiety in the children, the confusion in your mind. You are not broken. You are being called out. Heaven will not let you stay imprisoned by something you were never meant to carry. You've reached the line, and God is drawing it in the Spirit. The grace to stay is lifting. The door is forming. Every delay from this point will deepen the weight, and the Father is not asking you to be afraid. He is asking you to obey. This is not the eviction of a house. This is the end of a war, and the beginning of your release. God does not move according to the clocks of men. His timing is not measured in minutes, months, or milestones. It is orchestrated in moments of divine alignment. And when heaven decides to move on your behalf, it will not consult your calendar. It will not wait for your schedule to clear or your understanding to catch up. It will interrupt everything with glory. This is what is coming for you. Your transition won't follow the path of predictability. It won't unfold through strategies or systems. It will arrive like the rush of a mighty wind, swift, sovereign, and undeniable. You've been preparing, praying, waiting, and wondering why the delay lingers so long. But when the shift comes, it will not unfold gradually. It will come suddenly. It will be one of those moments when heaven whispers, "Now," and everything on earth must obey. Have you ever watched how God moved in the life of Joseph? Years of obscurity, silence, and sorrow, betrayed by brothers, enslaved, imprisoned. But when Pharaoh called for him, in one day Joseph went from the dungeon to the palace. Genesis 41:14. No warning, no build-up, just one divine moment that redeemed all the waiting. And that same kind of divine acceleration is what is being prepared for you now. There is a door forming ahead that no human architect could have built, a divine opening that no key on earth can unlock, only the hand of God. You've tried everything, connections, strategy, hustle, favor with man, and yet nothing seemed to work. Why? Because what's coming isn't crafted by human hands. It is a heavenly decree. And when it arrives, you will recognize it not with logic, but with your spirit. You'll feel it resonate like a bell that rings deep in your soul. This is the moment. No need for confirmation, no need for consensus, just the knowing. Even now, the stage is quietly being set. Unrelated events are beginning to align. Phone calls that seemed insignificant are pointing to something greater. People are reappearing in your life. Ideas once shelved are being stirred again. What if all of this isn't random? What if the current chaos is actually the prelude to divine clarity? A powerful voice once said, "Doctor." Miles Monroe, a world-renowned teacher on purpose and leadership, the graveyard is the richest place on earth. Why? Because many never stepped into the timing of their purpose. But you will not be one of them. You've endured too much, not to arrive where heaven is calling you. Let me tell you about Amir, a quiet artist who spent years overlooked, painting in a tiny attic, rejected by galleries. One day, a world-famous collector stumbled upon one of his pieces at a local cafe. Within a week, Amir's work was in international demand. What had felt like wasted time was simply hidden preparation. God had not forgotten him. He had been arranging everything for the right moment. And when it came, it didn't crawl in. It crashed like a divine wave. The same wind is stirring around you. I will go before you and level the exalted places. I will break in pieces the doors of bronze and cut through the bars of iron. Isaiah 45:2. This promise isn't poetic. It's prophetic, and it's personal. It means the very things that resisted you before will collapse before you now. The doors that were once sealed shut will burst open, and when God opens a way, no force in hell or on earth can shut it again. Do you understand why the warfare has intensified lately? The financial delays, the sudden weariness, the emotional spirals, the internal tension. It isn't random. The enemy can't see the mind of God, but he can sense the movement of angels. He can feel the tremors of divine transition. And the pressure you feel isn't punishment. It's pushback. Because darkness knows it's losing its grip on you. This battle is not about where you are. It's about where you're going. The enemy doesn't fear your present. He fears your placement. Because when you finally step into your ordained territory, old generational cycles will shatter. Depression will break. What was stuck in your bloodline will be loosed. What was forgotten in your family tree will be restored through you. This is legacy-level movement. So of course the resistance got louder. Of course the doubts returned. It's because your release is already echoing in the unseen realm. The ink of heaven has already sealed your new chapter. You're not waiting for God to decide. He's already decided. You're simply walking toward what's already yours. I'll leave you with the story of Leona, a pastor's wife who for years felt invisible even in ministry. Her prayers seemed unheard, her gifts unnoticed. But then, in one unexpected Sunday service, a stranger walked in, a woman from a global network seeking leaders for a new outreach program. Leona's name had been mentioned in a meeting she didn't attend. Her faithfulness, hidden for years, had found its voice in the right room. And in just weeks, she was speaking on platforms she never imagined. No striving, just divine timing. This is what awaits you. What you could never make happen through strength, God is about to release through sovereignty. And when he does, it will not make sense to the world, but it will make perfect sense to your spirit. Because deep down, you've known it. This is the moment, and nothing can stop what has already been written. The word of the Lord has already gone forth, and it will not return empty. His decrees do not waver, they do not expire. When God speaks, the atmosphere responds, creation shifts, and angelic assignments are activated. Right now, unseen to your natural eyes, messengers of heaven are already preparing the terrain for your next step. Invisible hands are clearing the path. Instructions have already been whispered into the hearts of those you're about to meet. Conversations are being stirred, plans are being rearranged, and divine timing is being set in motion, because your appointed moment is near. It will not wait for next year. It is not coming someday. Heaven is not indecisive. The appointed time is now. As the Lord declared in Exodus 23:20, "Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you on the way and to bring you to the place that I have prepared." Notice the certainty in his voice. The place is not being considered, it has already been prepared. The route is not under construction, it is already watched over by angelic forces. The delay was never denial, it was alignment. And when this moment breaks through, it will be swift. No forewarning, no long build-up. One phone call, one knock on the door, one email that changes the entire trajectory of your life. It will be so sudden that it will feel like stepping through a veil into a new realm. And when it happens, you won't wonder if it's real. You will know with every fiber of your spirit, this is God, and He has kept His promise. Can you feel it drawing near? That sense that the air around you is humming with something holy, that your prayers are heavier, your dreams more vivid, your heart more alert. That's not emotion, that's evidence. God is drawing you toward what He has already finished in the Spirit. Do you remember Peter, a seasoned fisherman who had toiled all night and caught nothing, yet at one simple instruction from Jesus, "Cast your net on the other side," he pulled in a catch so large it nearly broke the net. John 21:6. It wasn't effort that brought the breakthrough. It was obedience to divine timing. What had once been empty waters were suddenly overflowing. That's what's coming for you. And don't be surprised if this blessing bypasses your logic. God has never been restricted by human reasoning. What no labor could accomplish, what no planning could organize, what no contact could secure, He will deliver in one breath. And when He does, your departure will not look like escape. It will look like victory. Not a fleeing from hardship, but a rising into inheritance. You won't walk out of your current situation in desperation. You will walk out in worship. Like the Israelites who exited Egypt not as slaves, but as carriers of gold, you too will move forward, clothed in God's glory. Every delay will be redeemed. Every hardship will be reframed. Let me share a story. Just last year, a woman named Brielle, a nurse from a rural town, lost her job unexpectedly after a hospital shutdown. She had no plan, no savings, and no idea what came next. But just 3 days later, she received a call from a clinic in another city she'd never even applied to. They had somehow found her old resume. Within a week, she had a new job, fully furnished housing, and was placed in a department she had once only dreamed of working in. What had felt like a collapse was actually divine relocation. She later said, "I realized God had planned it all. I just didn't know I was walking into His promise." And now it's your turn. Heaven is not only calling you to a place, it has already provided for that place. The God who brought manna in the desert and caused ravens to feed Elijah by the brook, 1 Kings 17:6, is the same God who will sustain you. He's not waiting for your resources to align before He acts. He's waiting for your feet to align with His voice. You don't need to force the door open. You don't need to chase favor, network in anxiety, or plead for provision. The Father sees you. He has never been absent, and His storehouses are not short of supply. The God who multiplied a widow's oil, 2 Kings 4:1-7, who fed a multitude with a boy's lunch, John 6:11-13, who pulled a coin from the mouth of a fish to pay the temple tax, Matthew 17:27. This is your God. He does not require loans or explanations. He only requires your yes. Once you begin to move in step with His voice, the provision will flow with precision. Not early, not late, but in the exact moment it is required. Let me tell you about Lionel, a young missionary from Brazil who felt called to serve in Eastern Europe. He had no visa, no financial backing, and no support. But he bought a plane ticket with the little he had, believing God would meet him in the obedience. Just days before his flight, a businesswoman who had heard about him only once sent a full year's worth of support and accommodation. Lionel didn't have to strive. He simply had to step. This is your season to step, not because the way looks easy, but because the word is trustworthy. The shift will not come through logic or leverage. It will come through surrender. You are not being led into uncertainty. You are being guided into fulfillment. And it will be exactly as He said. Right now, even in the stillness that surrounds you, something sacred is moving beneath the surface. You might not hear the footsteps. You might not see the shift. But in the quiet places of unseen favor, provision is being prepared just for you. Somewhere, Someone's heart is being stirred with a divine nudge, an internal pull they can't explain, to repay what is owed to you, to honor a forgotten promise, or to extend a hand you never asked for but always needed. A job opportunity is quietly shifting in your direction. A phone call is being scheduled with your name on it. A contract, a plot of land, a wire transfer, or even a set of keys, whatever the form, something is being released at the exact pace of your faith, not your fear. You may not be able to trace the orchestration yet, but heaven has already initiated the arrangement. The wheels are turning behind the curtain of the natural world. You're not waiting on provision. Provision is waiting for your alignment. This divine release isn't designed to tie you to this world, but to untangle you from everything that no longer fits your calling. Remember what the great writer and theologian C.S. Lewis once said in the Screwtape Letters: "Prosperity knits a man to the world. He feels that he is finding his place in it, while really it is finding its place in him." But God has no desire to entangle you with the illusion of comfort. What He is preparing for you now is not meant to root you in routine, but to free you for destiny. You are not being blessed just to feel secure. You are being repositioned for sacred purpose. Can you feel the shift beneath the questions in your heart? Have you ever wondered why, despite all logic, you still believe something is coming? That silent faith is the echo of God's voice confirming, "I have already made the way." The Apostle Paul wrote in 2 Corinthians 9:8, "And God is able to make all grace abound toward you, so that you, having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work." This move, the new home awaiting you, is not about real estate. It is a manifestation of obedience. This is not merely relocation. It is the unfolding of the will of your Father. Every step you take toward that new space is a holy exodus, a departure from fear into fulfillment. Maybe you've looked at your empty account, at your current situation, and whispered, "But how?" Maybe you've sat in the corner of your room counting coins and hoping for miracles. But the kingdom of God does not run on scarcity. Heaven's economy is not limited by numbers, timelines, or human systems. God's answer to you is not based on what you see in your hand, but what He already sealed in heaven and sent in motion. What if the real question is not whether God will provide, but whether you will trust the timing of what's already en route? What if the delay you've felt is not denial, but preparation for a release so exact it would silence your doubt? Let me tell you about Miriam, a single mother of 3 who had been living in a cramped apartment with a leaking ceiling and fading hope. For years, she kept praying for a home, a real one, with space, warmth, and peace. One morning, out of nowhere, a former client from 5 years earlier called her saying, "You were on my heart. I felt like I was supposed to give you something." That something turned out to be a fully paid deposit on a new home, and the first month's rent covered. When she stepped into the new place, the first thing she said was, "This wasn't luck. This was the Lord." The timing of your breakthrough will not follow human logic. There will come a moment that defies all explanation, a sum so perfect it almost feels too specific, an opportunity that arrives the very day you are about to give up. And when it happens, do not hesitate. Don't chalk it up to coincidence. Don't minimize the miracle. Recognize it for what it is: divine provision sent on assignment for your purpose. This is not the kind of blessing that inflates ego. It won't be about flaunting wealth or impressing others. This will be the kind of provision that leaves people speechless, not because of how much, but because of how holy. It will be enough. Enough to leave, enough to begin again, enough to furnish peace, enough to cover deposits, legal papers, new furniture, even a garden to grow in. And still, there will be more, not in excess, but in grace. Pope Francis once said, "To change the world, we must be good to those who cannot repay us." In the same way, God is about to be good to you, not because of anything you did to deserve it, but because he is faithful to his word, and your obedience has prepared the soil for this miracle. And when the moment arrives, when the papers are signed, when your feet cross the threshold into the space God reserved just for you, your soul will echo the words of Psalm 118, verse 23. This was the Lord's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. Not a single detail will feel accidental. Every piece will fit. Every step will confirm that you were right to believe, even when nothing made sense. And you will breathe, not with fear, but with freedom, because this is not just about a house. This is about your calling being housed in a new place. This is about heaven saying to you, you have stayed long enough on this mountain. Now rise. Your new home is already waiting. When God sets apart a new dwelling for you, he is not only crafting a physical space, he is also drawing a sacred line in the spirit, a divine threshold, and this threshold is not meant for everything or everyone. As you approach the door of transition, you must understand that not all things are ordained to cross it with you. Some things were only meant to walk with you part of the way. Not every memory will survive the crossing. Not every burden should be carried over. Not every relationship has been given permission to follow you into the next season. And not every possession belongs in the place of promise. This move, though it may appear outwardly like a change of address or circumstance, is far more profound. It is a divine separation. God is distinguishing what was temporary from what is eternal, what served you for a moment from what will serve you in your mission. What was once tolerated in one season cannot be permitted in the next. You are not just stepping into a new home. You are stepping into a new level of consecration, and that requires leaving behind anything that would defile the purity of what God is preparing to release. Do you remember the moment when Israel stood at the edge of the promised land after 40 years in the wilderness? God did not just give them land. He gave them instruction. He told them to sanctify themselves. For tomorrow, he would do wonders among them. Joshua 3:5. You are standing in the same kind of moment, and sanctification always begins with release. There are emotional weights you have carried far too long, hidden wounds from betrayals that you never had the space to grieve, unspoken rejections that lingered like shadows behind your smile, patterns of self-doubt that whispered lies into your quietest thoughts. These things are not souvenirs. They are spiritual toxins. They are not meant to decorate the walls of your new beginning. If they enter with you, they will pollute the very atmosphere God intends to fill with his glory. And then there are the whispers from the enemy. Maybe you've heard them. You should be grateful for what you have. Don't expect more. You're asking for too much. This is all you deserve. These are not humble thoughts. They are spiritual chains designed to make you settle where God has called you to soar. You were never meant to believe the ceiling was the sky. God's truth does not shrink your hope. It stretches it. The voice that tells you you'll never afford more is not the voice of your shepherd. Let me tell you about a woman named Elena, a trauma counselor in her late 30s who had poured her life into others while secretly living in a space that drained her. She felt called to move, but the voice of her late father echoed in her mind. You're not the kind of person who lives in abundance. For years, she obeyed that voice more than God's. But one day, as she prayed in a small church in the countryside, she heard another voice say, "Why do you honor a lie more than you trust my truth?" That week, she let go of her father's recliner, a symbol of that limiting belief, and days later received an invitation to live rent-free for 6 months in a cottage owned by a client who was moving abroad. Elena didn't just change houses, she changed legacies. You are not just carrying beliefs, you are carrying anchors, and God is saying, release what I never gave you. This applies to people too. There are relationships that have masqueraded as loyalty, but were truly limitations. Some are loud and obvious, those who mock your growth, who question your calling, who belittle your dreams. Others are quiet, disguised as comfort, people who seem kind but subtly dim your light, who love you only as long as you stay small. God sees what you sometimes excuse. He knows who is aligned with your calling and who is assigned to distract you from it. He whispers now to your spirit, "Let them go. They were never meant to cross into the promise with you." It is the same principle he gave Moses in the wilderness. Not everyone who leaves Egypt can enter Canaan. Even the objects around you matter. There may be items in your current dwelling that carry a spiritual residue, furniture from seasons of depression, clothing that reminds you of who you used to be, letters or gifts from people who wounded your soul. These things hold memories, but more importantly, they hold energy. And if you want the presence of God to fill your new space, you must first empty it of the things that carry the scent of sorrow and defeat. This truth has been echoed since the days of old. When the angels led Lot and his family out of Sodom, the instruction was unmistakable: do not look back. But Lot's wife turned. She could not release her affection for what was behind, and in doing so, she forfeited what lay ahead. Genesis 19:26. That moment stands as an eternal warning. Longing for what God has ended is the fastest way to miss what God is beginning. There is a reason why Jesus said, "No one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." Luke 9:62. He was not being harsh, he was being holy, and holiness demands separation. What you carry in your spirit, your soul, and even in your hands must match the place God is bringing you into. And yes, this release may be painful. You may find yourself grieving not just what you lost, but what you must now willingly walk away from. There may be nights of tears, moments of hesitation, flashes of doubt. But you are not being stripped to be abandoned. You are being emptied so that you can be filled again, with peace, with clarity, with favor that won't compete with the clutter of your past. Think of Saint Teresa of Calcutta, known to the world as Mother Teresa. She once said, "You will never truly know God is all you need until God is all you have." Before she became a global icon of compassion, she spent years in spiritual darkness, releasing even her sense of certainty in order to walk in total obedience. Her life proved that surrender is not loss, it is access. You must now ask from a place of humble courage, what am I still carrying that cannot come with me? And when the Spirit brings it to your awareness, whether it's a person, a possession, a mindset, or a memory, do not delay. Lay it down. The door is near. The key is already in the lock, but only empty hands can turn it. The waiting you've endured, long and wearisome, was never neglect from God. It was the refining fire where you were not tested by loud trials, but by sacred stillness. The silence you thought meant abandonment was actually preparation. God was not ignoring you. He was clearing the air for a deeper encounter. Each unanswered prayer, each morning you awoke to stillness instead of breakthrough. Each night you wrestled with God's silence. They were not punishment. They were part of your purification. You are not forgotten. You are being made ready. And now the preparation is almost complete. Are you willing to leave behind what cannot follow? You were never forgotten. You were never ignored. Heaven was never silent in apathy, only in mystery. What you mistook for divine distance was sacred observation. Every step you took, every tear you shed, every prayer you whispered in the shadows, heaven was watching. Not to measure your strength, but to refine your heart. God had already prepared the destination, the new home, the space of fulfillment. But before he could hand you the key, he had to prepare the vessel, you. This wasn't a delay in the promise. It was the deliberate shaping of your spirit. While your soul ached for movement and change, God was watching for transformation and depth. You saw a closed door. He saw a heart still under construction. And in his wisdom, he waited, not because you were lacking, not because you were insufficient. He waited because you were worth the wait, worth the fire, worth the refinement. A blessing without foundation becomes a burden. And he never wanted your blessing to break you. There were nights you stared at the ceiling whispering, "Have you forgotten me?" But the answer was always no. The silence you endured wasn't a sign of rejection. It was a holy sanctuary where your faith was being forged. Not in noise, but in stillness. Not through applause, but in the quiet persistence of trust. And even as heaven remained silent, you didn't walk away. You kept praying when the heavens echoed back nothing. You lifted songs of worship while your soul felt dry and empty. You whispered words of hope when logic screamed otherwise. And though your spirit bent beneath the weight of unanswered prayers, it did not break. It held. That was the test. Not whether you could understand the process, but whether you would remain faithful in the dark. Not every promise is preceded by clarity. Sometimes all you are given is trust. Just as Abraham was told to leave everything familiar behind and step into a journey with no map, no timeline, no visible outcome, so it was with you. God didn't offer him a 5-year plan. He simply said, "Go to the land I will show you." Genesis 12:1. Abraham obeyed, not because he knew where he was going, but because he trusted the one who called. And you have done the same. You have walked without guarantees. You have moved forward without applause. And heaven took note. Let me tell you about Liam, a young teacher who lost everything in a storm: his house, his car, even his teaching materials. For months he lived in a small borrowed room, jobless but prayerful. He applied to dozens of schools and heard nothing back. But every morning he still dressed like he had somewhere to go. Every evening he still taught a few local children for free, believing that purpose did not pause just because opportunity seemed silent. One day, a former student's parent called him, offering him not just a teaching position, but the leadership of an entire new school initiative. It had been forming quietly while he waited faithfully. Like Liam, your private choices have become sacred offerings before the throne. Heaven has recorded not your public speeches, but your secret decisions, the ones no one else saw, when you forgave without apology, when you gave even while lacking, when you chose not to retaliate, when you surrendered control instead of forcing your own timing. These quiet acts of obedience have echoed louder in eternity than any platform ever could. And now the voice of God draws near, not loud and condemning, but firm and filled with glory. You did not need signs to believe. You kept walking without guarantees. You chose to worship even without reward. You honored me when no one watched. Now I will honor you in the open, because you have pleased him, not with flawless execution, but with steadfast endurance. You didn't have all the answers, but you remained anchored. You didn't feel strong, but you never stopped standing. That endurance has now brought you to the very edge of fulfillment. What once felt like delay is now being revealed for what it truly was: divine preparation. Every quiet moment, every still season, every stretch of silence was strategy from above. God wasn't withholding. He was building. He wasn't punishing. He was protecting. Soon the wait will end. The silence will lift. The provision will arrive. And as you cross the threshold into your new dwelling, you will not carry bitterness. You will carry reverence. You will look back not with resentment, but with holy gratitude. Because now you will see clearly. It was never wasted time. It was consecrated time. You were being made ready for the magnitude of what is next. Consider the words of Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch watchmaker who hid Jews during the Holocaust and later survived the horrors of a concentration camp. She once said, "Never be afraid to trust an unknown future to a known God." Her life, marked by delay, suffering, and silence, still became a beacon of light for generations. and so will yours. What God is preparing for you is not just a new location. It is a restoration of everything that was broken under the roof you're about to leave. Not just broken furniture or worn-out walls, but broken dreams, broken identities, broken confidence. He is restoring your spirit. He is rebuilding your heart. And when you step into your new home, you will not step in as the same person who once doubted, feared, or wept. You will step in as the one who overcame, the one who endured, the one who proved that quiet faith can shake mountains. And the foundation beneath your feet will not be stone. It will be every tear, every prayer, every silent yes to God. For far too long, the place you have called home has echoed with an invisible weight. It wasn't always loud, but it was always there, a heaviness that clung to the corners of each room. Conversations felt shallow, strained. Laughter still happened, but it didn't reach the eyes. There were moments when you paused in the hallway or stood in the kitchen, sensing that something in the atmosphere had shifted, not in a sudden event, but in a slow unraveling. Love never left, but it grew weary. Faith still lingered, but it learned to whisper instead of sing. And no matter how much you prayed, declared peace, or played worship music late into the night, there were days it felt as though even the walls resisted healing. You tried. You really did. You carried the hope of restoration on your back, believing that if you held your posture long enough, everything around you would follow. But now, God is revealing a deeper truth. This move is not just about your relief, it is about generational renewal. The shift is not only for you, but for everyone under your spiritual covering. Have you considered that the new place God is preparing might not just be a house, but a healing? That this address is not just a location, but a divine atmosphere. Where you're going, heaven won't just visit, it will abide. The Lord is not giving you a building to decorate. He is entrusting you with a space to consecrate. This is not compensation for surviving. This is not a reward for endurance. This is a holy altar where God will begin again with you and through you. A sacred space where warmth will return to what grew cold, where silence will give way to softness, where fractured relationships will find space to mend, not through pressure, but through peace. When you cross the threshold into that place, you will feel it, immediately, unmistakably. The shift won't be loud, but it will be undeniable. Something in the air will testify, this ground has been claimed by heaven. The weight that followed you for years will fall from your shoulders like a garment no longer needed. You won't have to strive for peace anymore. Peace will meet you at the door. Do you remember the blessing of Obed-Edom in 2 Samuel 6? When the ark of God, the very presence of the Lord, rested in his house for only 3 months, Scripture says, the Lord blessed him and his entire household. 2 Samuel 6:11. His home became a place of overflow simply because God dwelled there. That is the kind of presence God is about to bring into your new home. A presence that blesses not only the individual, but everyone within their reach. Your spouse, your children, your parents, even those extended family members who once pulled away or dismissed your faith. They will be drawn to the light they feel in your home. And it won't be because you've explained anything. It will be because God's presence explains everything. There will be visitors who step into your new living room, pause, and say through tears, something feels different here. And you will know, it is not the decor. It is the dwelling of the Spirit. Let me tell you about Jonah, a carpenter and father of 2 who had spent years living in a house filled with quiet bitterness. He and his wife barely spoke unless they had to. Their teenage son stayed locked in his room, headphones on, retreating from a home that no longer felt like one. Jonah was on the verge of leaving, not because he stopped loving his family, but because he couldn't bear the spiritual pressure any longer. Then, one night, he sat alone and whispered, God, if you want me to stay, you need to move me, not just physically, but in my soul. Within weeks, a door opened, an affordable rental, farther out, but surrounded by trees and stillness. From the first night they moved in, his wife began laughing again. His son started coming to dinner. Jonah later said, "I didn't just find a new house, I found my family again." Your story may not unfold exactly like Jonah's, but it will carry the same truth. This move is not simply relocation, it is restoration. In the house you are about to leave, you carried the emotional temperature of everyone else. You prayed when others didn't. You believed when others doubted. You broke silently to hold everyone else together. But in the new house, you will not carry that burden alone. God Himself will carry the atmosphere. There will be laughter again. Deep, full laughter that doesn't feel cautious or conditional. Meals will be shared without undercurrents of conflict. Conversations will unfold without tension. You will sleep, not with one eye open, not burdened with spiritual warfare, but with rest that is sweet and sustained. This new house will be more than shelter. It will be a spiritual womb, a sacred environment where new things are conceived, birthed, and nurtured. What God begins there will not just reshape your life, it will reshape your family's legacy. It will realign relationships. It will rekindle faith in those who thought they had lost it. It will become the space where prayers long buried will suddenly sprout. Brené Brown, a renowned researcher and speaker on vulnerability and healing, once said, "Owning our story and loving ourselves through that process is the bravest thing we'll ever do." In your case, the story God is authoring is not just one of survival, but of spiritual renewal. And the new chapter begins with an address that heaven has already written in your name. Soon, when the front door opens and your foot touches that new floor, you will know this was not just a house. This was the place heaven chose to begin again, not just in you, but in the ones you love most. There was a time, not so long ago, when you sat alone at the table, hands trembling, voice breaking, asking God to touch the hearts of those closest to you. It wasn't a dramatic moment. No one else saw the tears, but heaven did. You whispered, "Lord, if you don't change something, I don't know how much longer I can carry this." You weren't angry, you were exhausted. That silent prayer, offered in desperation and love, didn't vanish into the air. It was caught, held, and folded into God's promise for your future. Because God is not just in the business of saving souls. He redeems households. He restores what is fractured beneath one roof so it can flourish under another. Your intercession did not go unnoticed. It became the seed of a generational shift, and now it is beginning to blossom. You may remember the ancient words of Joshua, spoken before all of Israel. "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Joshua 24:15. That verse may have once felt like a dream painted on someone else's wall. A distant declaration you longed to claim but feared you'd never see. But what once felt far is now becoming near. What was once a hope is now turning into a home. The place God is preparing for you is not just a structure, it is a sanctuary. Not a symbol of escape, but a house of revival. And when you walk through its doors, your heart will not be caught up in the finishes or furnishings. What will move you is what you feel. The beauty not of the space, but of the spirit within it. The real miracle won't be the walls or windows. It will be the restoration of reverence. It will be the laughter of children who once went silent. The softened voice of a spouse once hardened by stress. The quiet reconnection of family members who once grew cold. You won't need to force unity. You won't need to perform joy. The presence of God will be the thread that ties it all together, and peace will not just visit. You will watch it make itself at home. You've lived long between longing and uncertainty. You've stood in the hallway between what was and what could be, but something has shifted. You can feel it, not in your mind, but in your spirit. The waiting is no longer passive. The silence no longer feels still. The air itself feels pregnant with motion. Do you sense it? This isn't confusion. It is holy urgency. Something deep is rising. And though it hasn't yet touched the surface, no official paperwork, no key in hand, no numbers on a bank screen, the movement is real. The spiritual world is not waiting. It has already moved. Angels are not preparing to be dispatched. They are already walking the path ahead of you, clearing obstacles, aligning details, softening hearts and planting signs. And yes, those disruptions you've experienced lately, the tension that appeared out of nowhere, the plans that collapsed without explanation, they're not attacks, they're announcements. These are not setbacks, they're sacred shifts. God is breaking the patterns that once tempted you to settle. He is removing the comfort from the old, so you will not return when the new is revealed. Even the people around you are rearranging. Some are drawing closer, others are slowly backing away. You've noticed it, the changing conversations, the quiet exits, the new connections forming where you least expected. This isn't random. This is heavenly choreography. God is assembling your circle not for convenience, but for calling. You've already received glimpses, small, almost imperceptible confirmations, a message out of nowhere, a conversation that struck a hidden chord, an invitation that came when you least expected it. At first, you wondered if it was coincidence, but your spirit knew better. It's the same feeling the servant of Elijah must have had when he looked to the sea and saw only a tiny cloud, as small as a man's hand. 1 Kings 18:44. Yet that small cloud carried the weight of a supernatural downpour. Elijah didn't dismiss it. He said, "That's it. Tell Ahab to prepare. The rain is coming." You are now standing in that moment. The small signs you've seen are not symbolic. They are prophetic. That small cloud in your life carries the weight of a storm, a holy storm, not of destruction, but of release. A flood of provision, a wave of healing, a rain of favor. Let me tell you about Clarice, an interior designer who lost all her clients during a market crash. She had no income, no support, and almost no hope. One night she dreamt of a house filled with people who were singing. Not a worship service, but a family gathering. She woke up sobbing. A month later, an old mentor asked her to help renovate a retreat center for families affected by trauma. When she walked through the front door, she froze. It was the house from her dream. And those songs? She heard them during the dedication service. God doesn't tease, He confirms. And what you've been sensing lately, those moments of alignment, those flashes of recognition, they're not random. They're raindrops. The outpouring is coming. The signs aren't arriving someday. They are here, right now. And they carry a message. Heaven is no longer talking about the future. God is speaking of now, not next year, not eventually. Soon, before this year ends, your shift will be complete. But even before you see the key, the provision, or the door itself, know this. The spiritual pieces are already in motion. What you thought was delay was timing. What you called stagnation was strategy. And now, right now, the road is clearing before you. You are not in the waiting room anymore. You are at the threshold. And now only one thing remains: readiness, sensitivity, obedience in motion. When the door swings open, will your hands be free? Will your heart be steady? Will your spirit say yes without hesitation? Because the next move won't come with fanfare. It will come with flow. And your readiness will be the signal that heaven was waiting for. You must not ignore what you're sensing right now. That subtle unease, that holy discomfort pressing against your usual rhythm. It is not a disruption. It is a divine alignment. Every interruption to your normal routine, every delay that doesn't make sense, every stirring in your spirit that won't let you rest as you used to, all of it is part of a greater unfolding. Even your awareness of this message in this very moment is not coincidence. Heaven has orchestrated your steps so you would be here, now, reading this, recognizing that the movement has already begun. God did not bring you here to casually consider the possibilities. He brought you here to confirm what your spirit already knows, that it's time to rise, time to move, time to step across the line from preparation into possession. This is not about vague prophecy. This is not sentiment. This is tangible transition. You've been sensing the spiritual wind shift, and now the divine timeline has aligned. The signs have spoken. The Spirit has stirred. Heaven has issued its final declaration over you. Prepare to cross the threshold. Not someday, not symbolically, but practically, boldly, fully. And the preparation must begin where it always does, in the Spirit. Before any box is taped shut, before any new route is mapped, before a single door swings open, your heart must first kneel, not in desperation, but in dedication. This is not a prayer of pleading. This is a prayer of consecration. You are not begging God to make a way. You are welcoming Him into the way He's already made. Begin even now to dedicate every room in the house you haven't yet seen. Picture the walls, the hallways, the windows. Speak aloud. Let your presence dwell here. Turn your unseen future into a living altar. Let your prayer rise like incense to the throne. Lord, let this home be filled with you before it is filled with anything else. Because this is not merely about moving into a house. It is about enthroning the King before the key is even in your hand, before the paint dries or the furniture is placed. Your home must already be holy. And yet, prayer is not the only act of readiness. The Spirit now calls you to fast, not publicly, but quietly, not to earn a blessing, but to clear away the noise that clouds your hearing. This is not about deprivation. It is about refinement. A fast not of legalism, but of intimacy. A sharpening of spiritual perception, so that when the Lord whispers, and He will whisper, you will hear clearly. In the days ahead, you may receive instructions that seem small, a name that stands out, a sudden nudge to revisit a place, a dream you can't shake, a person's voice who resonates more than usual. These will not be random. They will be keys. Just as God guided Joseph through dreams that saved nations and warned the Magi through a dream not to return to Herod, Matthew 2:12, so too will He guide you with precision. But you must be able to discern, not with logic, but with the witness of the Spirit. Let me tell you about Dion, a young business consultant who was offered a lucrative promotion just weeks before he and his wife planned to relocate to a small city to plant a church. Everyone told him to take the job. It made perfect sense on paper. But the night before he had to respond, he fasted. In that silence, he heard God say, "What seems like elevation is actually a detour." He declined the job, moved forward with the church plant, and within 6 months, the community he served had doubled in size. What appeared foolish became the fulfillment of divine strategy. God may ask something just as delicate of you. You must be ready to act, not by consensus, but by confirmation. You are also being called to write, not because you might forget, but because what God is revealing is sacred. Sacred things deserve sacred handling. Start documenting what you feel, what you hear in worship, what you dream at night, what scripture begins to repeat itself in your reading. The Holy Spirit often speaks in patterns, and what seems like a fleeting moment may soon become the exact puzzle piece that unlocks the next door. Write down the phrases that keep stirring, the ideas that won't leave, the scriptures that shine brighter than usual. Don't wait until understanding comes. Write it while it's fresh. For just as Habakkuk was instructed to write the vision and make it plain, Habakkuk 2:2, so must you. Because what you are stewarding is more than personal, it is prophetic. And finally, you must now separate yourself from unbelief. Not everyone can walk with you into this season, not because you don't love them, but because they were not entrusted with this vision. The promise was given to you, not to explain, not to debate, not to defend. You are not required to dilute the oil on your life to make others more comfortable. In fact, entertaining voices of doubt at this stage can become spiritual sabotage. Even Jesus, before raising Jairus' daughter, asked the mourners to leave the room. Mark 5:40. Why? Because resurrection requires an atmosphere of belief. And so does your breakthrough. This is not the hour to explain what God has said to those who didn't hear it. You do not need their validation to move forward. You need focus. Protect your atmosphere. Guard your hope. Surround yourself with those who speak life into the promise, not those who question whether you deserve it. You are standing at the edge of something holy. The threshold is before you. The wind has shifted. The path has cleared. The angels are not preparing to move. They are already moving. What heaven requires now is that you respond, not in hesitation, but in holy motion. This is your moment to align your house, your heart, your habits, and your hearing with what has already begun. This is not the season to merely watch. This is the season to walk. You must now guard the atmosphere around your expectation as fiercely as a watchman guards the gate. This moment is sacred. The climate of your spirit matters more now than ever before. In this final hour, when the veil between promise and fulfillment grows thin, the enemy will try to distract, discourage, or delay through subtle means. That is why God is calling you to protect the air around your faith, your thoughts, your speech, your surroundings. Stay sensitive, stay clean, stay set apart. Already the appointed time is drawing near. Can you feel it? The pace of release is accelerating. What once felt stuck is now shifting. And the Lord is not merely whispering, He is declaring, when the call comes, move quickly. When the door opens, do not hesitate. When the key touches your hand, walk through it without turning back. This is not the moment to consult your fears or weigh the opinions of the crowd. This is the moment to move with obedience. The threshold you are about to cross is not ordinary ground. It is holy. It carries the weight of years of preparation. What lies beyond is not merely a new house. It is a divine season, sealed in heaven before time touched the earth. And you must step into it not with cautious curiosity, but with reverence, obedience, and full surrender. Like the priests who stepped into the Jordan while carrying the ark, you are called to step into the unknown with nothing but the weight of God's glory leading you forward. Joshua 3:14-17. This is not a suggestion, it is an assignment, because the house has already been prepared. The angels have gone ahead of you, clearing what you cannot see. The rooms are waiting, the atmosphere is aligned, and the key, it is not being made, it is ready, and so is the time. Let it be established now, without shadow or doubt. The word sent over your life has been spoken. It will not return empty. It will not fizzle in delay. It was not birthed from emotion. It was not crafted in the minds of men. It was released from the mouth of God, carried on the breath of His Spirit, and delivered at the exact moment you were ready to receive it. You were not drawn to this moment by luck. You were pulled here by purpose, through wildernesses you didn't choose, through storms you couldn't explain, through trials that nearly crushed your chest with pressure. And yet, still, you remained. Still, you believed. Still, you stood. Heaven watched you kneel in the silence and still lift your eyes. The places you passed through were not detours. They were divine design. Do you remember the story of David? Anointed as a boy, but sent back to the fields. Called to be king, but first hunted like a criminal. For years he wandered in caves, misunderstood and pursued. But God used the wilderness to forge the heart of a shepherd into the soul of a king. You too have been shaped by hidden seasons. You have been made ready in obscurity so you can be trusted in visibility. What you have felt in this hour is not sentiment, it is confirmation. What has stirred within you is not emotion, it is alignment. The pressure on your chest is not anxiety, it is glory, resting upon you like a mantle passed from the throne room of heaven itself. Let me tell you about Eleanor, a widowed mother of 2 who had spent 5 years living paycheck to paycheck after her husband passed. She barely spoke of her dreams, afraid to hope. But one day, after dropping her kids at school, she felt an undeniable urge to stop at a particular cafe she had never entered. There, she met an older woman who noticed her journal. They spoke, connected, and within weeks that woman, a retired author, offered Elena the mentorship, funding and platform to publish a book she had been secretly writing for years. That book went on to touch thousands of lives. Elena later said, "That wasn't an opportunity, that was an assignment. That was the door I didn't know was mine." In the same way, you are about to walk through a door that was shaped for you long before you were aware of it. The delay was not denial, it was design, and now the design is complete. Listen closely to what the Father says over you now. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are not late. You are not disqualified. Every voice that said otherwise was wrong. The season of hiddenness served its purpose. The delay refined your patience, the silence deepened your roots, and the wilderness trained your spiritual senses. You do not emerge weak, you emerge wise. You are not stepping into this next place as the same person who once doubted, feared, or waited. You are stepping in with the authority that comes only through endurance. And so, beloved one, take this to heart. The time is no longer coming. The time is now. This moment is not to be analyzed, it is to be honored. What God is asking of you now is not passivity, it is participation, not observation but movement. Prepare your spirit, prepare your space, prepare your heart, because you are not waiting anymore. You are stepping in. Now the Lord makes his final decree. The time of emergence has arrived. The wait is over. The shift has not just begun, it has fully activated. That home you longed for in private prayers, that space you once imagined only in dreams, is no longer a metaphor. It is real, tangible, appointed, consecrated. Every delay was for this unveiling. The key that was promised is not symbolic. It is shaped, seen, and already in the hands of angels assigned to deliver it. The trembling you felt inside is not instability, it is holy alignment. What stirred in your spirit was not fleeting emotion. It was the Spirit of God announcing, "You are the one, and this is the moment." Though your natural hands may still feel empty, heaven sees them as ready. The Father has written your name not only in his book, but also on the door, the one no man can close. The angels are not waiting for orders. They've already been released, clearing paths, unlocking gates, and pushing back resistance that you never even saw. For years the word hovered over your life like dew before dawn, present but not yet poured out. But now it has fallen. The heavens have shifted. The decree has gone forth. What you carried in your womb in secret, you will now birth in full view. It is set into motion. Do not look back, not even for a moment. Leave yesterday's burdens where they belong, behind you. Do not drag guilt, regret, or delay into the place of glory. Do not waste breath explaining what God himself has declared holy. Not everyone will understand, and not everyone needs to. When the moment comes, do not hesitate. Don't wait for validation. Heaven has already validated you. The Lord who went before you, who whispered comfort in your lowest valleys, is the same one walking beside you into this new season. He has never failed you. He will not start now. And when the door opens, it will not creak. It will swing wide. Not timid, not partial, but bold. The opportunity you've waited for will not require credentials. It will respond to obedience. The door won't ask for your resume. It will recognize your surrender. For in the kingdom, faith is the key, and obedience is the signature. When the key touches your hand, you will not tremble with fear, but with awe. You will weep, not from confusion, but from the weight of divine fulfillment. The question will not be, "Is this real?" but, "God, you remembered." Let every voice of fear now be silenced. Let every shadow of doubt be banished. Let every lie of the enemy fall to the ground, powerless and exposed. You are not going back to where you came from. You are going forward into what was always prepared. The word has been released, the seal has been broken, the season has shifted, and the mantle of confirmation rests upon you now like oil from heaven, fresh, heavy, undeniable. And nothing, no demon in hell, no whisper of fear, no human opposition can stop what God has decreed. This is not the beginning of hope. This is the manifestation of fulfillment. And when you step into that new place, whether it be a new home, a new assignment, a new mantle, a new territory, you will not fall to your knees in doubt. You will fall in reverence, not asking, "Why me?" but proclaiming, "My God, you remembered." You are ready. You were forged for this. Every hidden year, every tear, every unanswered prayer has not been forgotten. It has been fulfilled. The word is sealed. The house is waiting. The key is ready. And the glory that is coming will be greater than every loss, every delay, every disappointment you've ever known. Amen and amen. As we close this message, let your heart remain still before the Lord. Everything you have heard was not by chance, it was by divine appointment. This is not the end of a teaching, it is the beginning of a transformation. You are no longer waiting, you are walking into what was always yours. The door is ready, the key is prepared, and the time is now. May this word not simply inspire you, but move you into action, into prayer, into surrender, into obedience without hesitation. If this message has spoken directly to your spirit, we invite you to stand in agreement by commenting 777 as a declaration that you are ready, aligned, and positioned. We also want to thank those of you who have supported this ministry through super thanks. Your kindness, generosity, and faith are part of how this message reaches others who need it. Whether you give or simply watch and share, we are deeply grateful for you. If you haven't already, make sure to like this video, subscribe for more prophetic and spiritual insights, and share it with someone who needs this word today. May the Lord bless you, keep you, and cause his face to shine upon you. May your steps be ordered, your heart be strong, and your eyes stay fixed on the promise. The glory that is coming will outweigh everything that was lost, and you will walk into it with grace, power, and peace. There's a reason your presence unsettles people, even when you say nothing. A reason some watch you closely, whisper behind your back, or suddenly distance themselves when your name comes up. It's because, whether they admit it or not, they know who you really are in the spirit. You are the feared detective chosen by God himself, not a detective in the worldly sense, but in the divine, one who carries the discernment to uncover secrets, expose hidden plots, and trace stolen destinies back to their rightful owners. And now, something is shifting in the heavens. Something that was once locked away, taken from you in secret, hidden by people who thought they got away with it, is beginning to return. Yes, your stolen inheritance is being restored. The spiritual blessings, opportunities, and even material resources that were delayed or hijacked are now being divinely redirected back into your hands. Doesn't it make you wonder, who took it, and why did they fear you would one day find out? If you're feeling a stirring in your spirit already, drop a 777 in the comments as a prophetic act of alignment. It's not by accident that you're here. This message has found you because God is declaring that justice is being served on your behalf. And to every faithful soul who supported this ministry through Super Thanks, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Your generosity continues to push this message of truth, healing, and divine revelation into corners of the world we never imagined reaching. We bless you abundantly. But now it's time to go deeper. What exactly was stolen from you? Why were you targeted in the first place? And what role does your divine assignment as God's detective play in uncovering the truth behind the scenes? Stay with me, because what you're about to hear may explain not only your past pain, but the powerful purpose rising within you now. God's chosen ones, you're the feared detective. Stolen inheritance is finally being returned to you. The truth is no longer buried. It rises now before you like a long-awaited sunrise, undeniable, piercing, and powerful. For far too long, unseen forces worked in silence, weaving dark threads through the fabric of your life, stealing blessings that were written into your destiny before you ever took your first breath. Can you sense it now? The betrayals you endured, the closed doors you knocked on in vain, the sudden financial droughts that left you questioning your path. They were never mere coincidence. These events were part of a strategic plan to block you from discovering the royal inheritance that was marked with your name in heaven. Each delay you faced was a diversion. Each relationship that fell apart wasn't random. It was orchestrated to cloud your vision and confuse your spirit so you wouldn't trace the path back to your divine legacy. Yet somehow, without guidance from this world, you cracked the code. Like a silent warrior in a spiritual battlefield, you put together clues others overlooked. The people who tried to suppress your inheritance thought you would never catch on. They forged your name onto contracts, secured assets meant for your lineage, and toasted their deception behind closed doors. They stepped into roles created for your calling, believing your silence confirmed your ignorance. But little did they know, you were never silent because you were lost. You were silent because you were watching, because God was training you. What they failed to see was that you carry within you the spiritual blueprint of a divine detective. You were born with investigative gifts far beyond the natural realm, gifts coded into your soul by the Creator himself. Just like Daniel in the lion's den, you were surrounded by enemies, yet God gave you insight to interpret dreams and unravel hidden things. Do you remember how Joseph, betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, later rose to power in Egypt? He never lost sight of the divine compass guiding him through suffering, and neither did you. When the enemy thought you were breaking, God was building within you a spiritual X-ray vision capable of seeing beyond surface lies. Your discernment sharpened every time they tried to cloud your mind. Your heavenly instincts activated the moment they believed you were distracted. Like a spiritual investigator working under divine orders, you developed the ability to detect deception without confrontation, to decode chaos with peace, and to expose theft without violence. As this process unfolded, heaven watched in silence, yet fully engaged. The Lord saw every manipulated signature, every stolen opportunity, and every twisted narrative. And now the tide is turning in your favor. As it is written in Luke 8:17, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." You were never truly in the dark. You were being equipped to shine light on what they tried to bury. Consider the story of Erin Brockovich, a legal clerk with no formal law training who uncovered a massive environmental scandal that even powerful corporations tried to suppress. Against all odds, she exposed the truth. You, too, have followed a similar path. You may not have worn a badge, but in the spiritual realm, you are a feared detective, one whose authority is divinely sanctioned. Have you ever wondered why the enemy fears your awakening more than your actions? Because once you remember who you are, everything stolen must be returned. The days of deception are over. The inheritance marked for you, the one they tried to reroute, is coming back. Every stolen promise, every delayed reward, every hidden treasure is now being recalled into your hands. Because you didn't just survive the battle, you investigated it. You uncovered truth with spiritual eyes, and now the judge of all creation has ruled in your favor. Get ready. Justice is not coming. Justice is already here. Do you truly understand what's happening right now? Or have you only begun to scratch the surface? This moment you're standing in is more than a return of stolen possessions or lost money, though yes, they're coming back with divine interest. What you've just done is expose one of the greatest spiritual heists ever launched against a chosen one, and not just any chosen one. You. Through divine instinct and spiritual intelligence, you unraveled layers of deception that no one else would have even noticed. Has it ever crossed your mind why you were the one chosen to see what others couldn't? Your ability to uncover this conspiracy wasn't something you learned in a classroom. It was embedded in your very DNA. Like Proverbs 20:27 says, "The spirit of a man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all his innermost parts." Your spirit has been functioning like a searchlight, revealing evidence buried in spiritual darkness. That gift? It was activated precisely when injustice reached its boiling point. Why do you think others, even those closest to you, couldn't see what you saw? Why were you the only one feeling that unsettling nudge when everyone else seemed blind to the betrayal? It's because your spiritual blueprint contains an investigation protocol designed by the Creator himself. Only you were equipped to detect the fingerprints of deception in this cosmic crime scene. The enemy thought they could impersonate you. They signed your name, stole your voice, accessed rooms built for your legacy, but they never realized they were dealing with someone divinely trained for multi-dimensional warfare. As Isaiah 54:17 declares, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises against you in judgment you shall condemn." They rose, and now they fall. Just like Joseph, betrayed by family, sold as a slave, wrongfully imprisoned, you endured silence and injustice. But God used it all. In the end, Joseph told his brothers, "You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." Genesis 50:20. Can you see how every betrayal in your life was a breadcrumb trail leading you to your rightful seat of authority? Even in modern times, we see similar spiritual patterns. Consider Erin Brockovich, a single mother with no formal legal training. She unearthed a massive cover-up of contaminated water in California and brought a billion-dollar corporation to justice. She didn't wear a badge, but she carried purpose. What if her inner fire, her relentless curiosity, was the same kind of spiritual software God has installed in you? Or take the story of Harriet Tubman. Born into slavery and beaten down by cruelty, she escaped, only to return over and over again to rescue others. Historians now believe she had vivid visions and spiritual dreams guiding her path. She said, "I always told God, I'm going to hold steady on you, and you've got to see me through." Doesn't that sound like you? Receiving divine intelligence in dreams, navigating through danger with unexplainable confidence. Even your dreams have been surveillance missions. Job 33:15-16 says, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people, he opens their ears and terrifies them with warnings." Those vivid images you couldn't shake? That wasn't just imagination. That was heaven briefing you in silence while the world slept. Every strange coincidence, every chance encounter that gave you a missing piece, those were divine appointments. Romans 8:12. 28 confirms it. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him. You weren't just surviving, you were decoding. You weren't confused, you were being calibrated. Can you feel it now? The pressure is shifting. Their fragile web of lies can no longer hold under the weight of your awakening. As Luke 8:17 proclaims, "For nothing is hidden that will not be made manifest, nor is anything secret that will not be known and come to light." They tried to keep it hidden, but they didn't expect you to rise. What else has been stolen that still carries your name? What divine birthright have they locked away, hoping you'd never come looking for it? Because now the case is open, and the final verdict, it's in your favor. From the very beginning, your case has not gone unnoticed in the spiritual realm. A divine court, what could be called the universal tribunal, has been watching over every moment, every clue you've gathered, every lie you've exposed. While the earthly system may have overlooked you, heaven never did. This tribunal, composed of celestial beings assigned to maintain God's divine order, has kept detailed records of the injustice leveled against you. Their verdict is nearing. The gavel of divine justice is being lifted, and when it comes down, it will echo not just on earth but across the heavens. Do you feel the tremble in the atmosphere? That's the sound of judgment aligning with your obedience. You've been investigating on levels most people can't even comprehend. You weren't just collecting facts, you were decoding layers of truth that exist across spiritual dimensions. As Ephesians 6:12 reminds us, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world." Your battle hasn't been against people. It's been against the invisible systems that tried to rob you of your inheritance. But you didn't come into this world empty-handed. You've activated ancient memory codes woven into your bloodline. These are divine instructions passed down through generations, lessons learned by your ancestors, spiritual warriors who walked similar paths before you. They might be unseen, but they are not silent. Their presence moves through you. As Hebrews 12:1 says, "Since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders." That cloud is your lineage, and now their wisdom flows through your spirit, offering sudden clarity, divine intuition, and breakthrough insight right when you need it most. Have you ever paused mid-thought, mid-prayer, and felt an answer drop into your spirit as if from nowhere? That wasn't luck, that was legacy. The very same insight that guided prophets, kings, and deliverers in Scripture is now alive in you. Think of Deborah in Judges 4, a judge, a prophetess, and a leader in war. Her strategies came not from strategy manuals, but from divine downloads. You too are walking in a Deborah anointing, called to govern, to discern, and to deliver. And what about the subtle evidence your enemies unknowingly left behind? Those karmic fingerprints they thought were invisible have lit up under your spiritual lens. Their careless deception created vibrations in the spirit realm. While others missed them, you noticed the shifts. As Job 34:21 tells us, "His eyes are on the ways of man, and he sees all their steps." God equipped you to see beyond what the natural eye can perceive, to trace every disturbance back to its origin. You're operating with what can only be described as advanced spiritual forensics. Like a prophet decoding visions or a seer interpreting dreams, you've tapped into the sacred field where truth cannot be hidden. Have you noticed how even their most well-constructed lies begin to unravel in your presence? That's no accident. That's the authority God placed on your life beginning to manifest. The synchronistic events you've experienced, those coincidences that felt too perfect to be random, they are divine affirmations. Every repeating number, every strangely timed message, every familiar name showing up unexpectedly. These are spiritual breadcrumbs left by the Holy Spirit to confirm your progress. Psalm 37:23 declares, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." God has been choreographing your journey with divine precision, and each synchronicity is like a celestial whisper saying, "You're getting warmer, keep going." Real-life visionary Nikola Tesla once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Although he spoke from a scientific lens, his insight overlaps with your spiritual experience. You've learned how to feel the vibrations of truth, even when others were fooled by polished lies. So ask yourself, why were you given this spiritual radar? Why were you chosen for this role as divine investigator? Could it be because your justice isn't just for you, but for every soul who came before you and every soul who will come after? The tribunal is ready. Heaven has reviewed the evidence. The verdict is being written in favor of the righteous. What was hidden is being exposed. What was stolen is being returned. And what was delayed is now being delivered. Your restoration is not just a personal breakthrough, it's a paradigm shift echoing across spiritual history. What you've accomplished is bigger than your name or your life. By uncovering this cosmic conspiracy and exposing the injustice meant to derail your divine purpose, you've changed the blueprint for how spiritual warfare will be fought in generations to come. Have you ever paused to consider that your victory may serve as a prophetic model for others still fighting their silent battles? Your story is being written into the eternal archives. Your methodical investigation, carried out through prayer, discernment, dreams, and divine nudges, has become a case study in heaven. Future spiritual warriors will study the way you pressed forward through delay, how you saw what was hidden, and how you refused to surrender, even when the battle turned silent. As Daniel 12:3 declares, "Those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the heavens, and those who lead many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever." You are one of those stars, blazing a trail through spiritual darkness. What was stolen from you wasn't merely wealth or status. It was inheritance encoded with divine function. Your blessings were hidden behind dimensional barriers, wrapped in frequencies only accessible by those who walk in the Spirit. Thieves wore cloaks of false identity, walking through corridors that heaven built for your destiny. Your portion was camouflaged with energetic deception, but only to those without the eyes to see. You were never blind. You were being prepared. Isaiah 45:3 speaks directly to this moment. "I will give you hidden treasures, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord." The inheritance you now recover was never lost, only delayed, tucked behind spiritual vaults that required your maturity, your obedience, and your spiritual investigation to unlock. They made one fatal miscalculation. They assumed you were ordinary, but you, chosen one, can see through veils that confuse the average eye. You perceive spiritual truth, not just with intellect, but with sacred intuition. Your tracking ability isn't physical, it's prophetic. As 1 Corinthians 2:10 tells us, "The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God, and through that Spirit you have discerned the path that leads to what was hidden." This level of spiritual detective work isn't random, it's strategic. Have you noticed how your spirit often picks up on things long before your mind understands them? How you felt something was off, even when everyone else applauded it? That's because you carry a prophetic blueprint uniquely tailored to decode the patterns of deceit designed to block your prosperity. Real-life inventor and futurist Buckminster Fuller once said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model." And that's exactly what you've done. Rather than fighting on the surface, you built a new investigative model, one that operates on interdimensional truth, spiritual discernment, and unwavering faith. And now, the hand of the Almighty moves, not to start your case, but to finalize what you've already uncovered. Like a divine enforcer responding to a completed investigation, heavenly systems now activate. Psalm 18:20 assures us, "The Lord has dealt with me according to my righteousness. According to the cleanness of my hands, he has rewarded me." Your work, your obedience, your insight, your trust has moved the courts of heaven into action. Can you feel it? The evidence you gathered in prayer closets, in midnight tears, in unexplainable dreams, it's becoming physical now. Your spiritual findings are being converted into earthly manifestations. As Hebrews 11:1 explains, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. What was invisible is gaining weight. What was hidden is becoming undeniable. And what was once intangible is now emerging as irrefutable testimony. Right now, your case is being processed simultaneously in both realms. Heaven and earth are working in parallel. What was declared in the Spirit will be executed in the natural. Your findings, every confirmation, every synchronicity, every divine whisper, are no longer personal notes. They are now exhibits in a spiritual trial, and no force in existence can overturn what God is now confirming through you. Do you see how everything is aligning? Can you feel the justice of God closing in on your behalf? Because this is not the end of your story, it's the coronation after your investigation. And what comes next will not just restore what was stolen, it will redefine how spiritual victory is won. What you thought were just dreams, fleeting fragments of sleep, were never random. They were evidence-gathering missions conducted by your spirit while your physical body rested. Your subconscious wasn't drifting. It was active, alert, scanning dimensions for hidden clues. Every image you saw, every symbol you remember, was a critical piece of your ongoing spiritual investigation. Have you ever woken up feeling like you had just returned from work instead of rest? That's because you had. You were navigating spiritual corridors and collecting divine intelligence. Those recurring dreams of walking through spacious homes, seeing your name printed on mailboxes, weren't wishful thinking. They were spiritual previews, coded confirmations from heaven that property with your name on it already exists, even if earthly systems tried to erase the evidence. Proverbs 10:22 declares, "The blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow with it." God never revoked your inheritance. It was simply delayed until you were equipped to reclaim it through faith and spiritual sight. What about those keys that kept appearing in your dreams? They weren't just symbolic. They were spiritual access points, real confirmations that you had located locks guarding real places meant for you. Revelation 3:7 reminds us that when God opens a door, no one can shut it. The enemy tried to throw away your keys, but you retrieved them in visions, in whispers, in midnight encounters that others called imagination. Even as you slept, your spirit was working, gathering what the courts of heaven now recognize as admissible evidence. Your dreams became surveillance footage recorded from the spiritual realm. Each theft, each forged signature, each misused title, nothing escaped divine observation. Luke 12. 2 rings loudly in your story. There is nothing concealed that will not be disclosed, or hidden that will not be made known. And now, because of your perseverance, the exposure has begun. Can you feel the power of that truth? Documents they tried to bury, contracts altered, records tampered with, are now resurfacing. But not because a lawyer found them, you found them. You followed a spiritual trail that began with intuition and ended with confirmation. Have you ever wondered why you kept feeling led to certain names, certain files, even certain addresses? That was divine strategy. That was heaven's GPS at work in your spiritual DNA. Witnesses who once lied under oath, whether in this realm or in the unseen, now find themselves confessing. Your presence, your energy, your divine frequency compels truth. As John 16:13 says, "When the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all truth." That Spirit lives in you. Your very energy field has become a spiritual deposition room where lies collapse and truth stands uncontested. Even the accounts they believed were hidden beyond digital trace, offshore, encrypted, disguised under false names, have been spiritually illuminated. Psalm 139 verse 12 affirms, "Even the darkness is not dark to you. The night shines like the day." What was hidden in shadow has now come into the light because your spiritual investigation never depended on technology, but on divine justice. Let's consider a modern example. Edward Snowden, a former intelligence contractor, saw what others ignored. He uncovered layers of secret surveillance programs hidden in plain sight. While many dismissed him as just another IT worker, he revealed global networks of deception and paid the price for revealing the truth. You, too, have carried a mission that made others uncomfortable. You've seen what others denied. You've followed your spiritual hunches even when people told you to let it go. But your persistence has produced evidence not even the adversary can dismiss. You walked through fire. You were discouraged, dismissed, doubted, and still you moved forward. Isaiah 43:2 tells you why. "When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze." What tried to destroy you only refined your investigative gift, and every clue you pursued, even when no one else believed you, has now been logged in the heavenly record as a testimony to your brilliance. So now ask yourself, what courtroom can silence a case that heaven has already validated? What lie can stand against a detective ordained by God? Your file is no longer a file, it's a scroll of justice, and very soon the verdict will be read and your restoration will be unstoppable. The case you've built is so thorough, so divinely airtight, that even the most cunning spiritual manipulators, those who operate across dimensions and cloak themselves in deception, cannot outrun its conclusions or appeal the coming verdict. Your investigation wasn't based on guesses or assumptions. It was guided by divine insight, spirit-led persistence, and supernatural discernment. Like an eternal courtroom drama, every piece of evidence you gathered has been submitted, examined, and verified across heavenly realms. Have you ever realized that your obedience has created a legal precedent in the spiritual realm? Your pursuit of truth is not only setting you free, but will guide countless chosen ones after you, those who are yet to awaken to their calling as spiritual detectives. What you're witnessing now may look like the simple return of land, money, documents, or opportunities, but that's only the surface. This is the visible outworking of a war you fought and won on battlefields invisible to most. You didn't just recover wealth, you reclaimed birthright. The deeds, bank accounts, life insurance policies, and investment portfolios are not just financial instruments. They are earthly reflections of a divine promise, your covenant with God that no thief could ever truly destroy. As Joel 2:25 declares, "I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. What was consumed, stolen, or hidden is now being divinely restored." Have you considered what it means to track a thief through dimensions that language hasn't even named yet? You, chosen one, did just that. You accessed spiritual records sealed from the awareness of the natural mind. Your discernment broke through coded deception. Your prayers served as warrants in courts higher than any human legal system. Psalm 82:1 reminds us, "God presides in the great assembly. He renders judgment among the gods." You've stood boldly in that divine courtroom and declared your truth, and now the judge is ruling. There's a reason your path hasn't been easy. Most people run from truth because they know it will dismantle their illusions. But not you. You didn't ask for the watered-down version. You wanted the full download, the undiluted, sometimes painful, always freeing revelation. John 8:32 speaks to your story. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. You haven't just known the truth. You've lived it, carried it, and enforced it. You're not alone in this walk. Think of Harriet Tubman, a woman born into slavery who escaped and risked everything to lead others to freedom. What guided her? Not maps or logic, but dreams and divine instinct. She said, "I never lost faith. There was one thing I had the right to do, and that was to free myself. Like her, you followed invisible trails, guided by spirit. You weren't just chasing answers. You were fulfilling a divine assignment to break generational chains." So, what comes next for a detective who has solved a case written in the stars? What will happen when the ruling is not only declared in heaven, but enforced on earth? Because that's the stage you're stepping into. Justice is no longer a promise. It's a process in motion, and your name is attached to it. The weight of your evidence is triggering movement in the highest realms. Angels are moving into position. Systems are realigning. Protocols are being executed on your behalf. As Isaiah 61:7 affirms, "Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace, you will rejoice in your inheritance." This is your portion. This is your reward. You didn't just survive the storm, you mapped it. You didn't just witness the theft, you solved it. And now all of heaven is backing your restoration. The keys returning to your possession hold meaning far beyond metal and locks. These are not ordinary keys. They don't just open physical doors in earthly homes. They unlock dimensions, realms, and destinies that were spiritually sealed until you were ready. Each key symbolizes your ability to break through encryption systems crafted by spiritual adversaries who were confident you'd never crack their codes. But you did. You've solved mysteries that were intentionally scrambled to confuse you for generations. You decoded spiritual ciphers designed to bury your truth. Have you wondered why the breakthroughs came through dreams, whispers, and moments of stillness? Because you weren't using human logic, you were using divine insight. The land being restored to you isn't just a plot of real estate measured by latitude and longitude. It's sacred territory. It stands as a monument to your spiritual intelligence, a place marked by heaven as conquered ground. You didn't win it through manipulation or brute force. You reclaimed it through prayer, discernment, and unshakable resolve. Like Joshua, who led God's people into the promised land, you crossed spiritual Jordan rivers and tore down invisible Jericho walls. Joshua 1:3 affirms your claim, "I will give you every place where you set your foot, as I promised Moses." Your inheritance is land with a legacy, claimed by revelation, not by coincidence. And the financial resources now beginning to flow back to you. They are more than money. They are spiritual compensation, energy once stolen now returning to its rightful vessel. Your bank accounts, insurance policies, and investments may have been emptied or misdirected in the natural, but in the spirit realm, they were tagged and traced the entire time. Each returning asset is encoded with the mark of recovery. As Proverbs 13:22 promises, "The wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous." That transfer has begun. Your enemies underestimated you in the worst way. They assumed they could imitate you, wear your spiritual identity like a borrowed coat, and step into your divine position undetected. They thought you would never notice, but you did. They didn't understand that you operate on frequencies only heaven can grant, frequencies that pick up deception like radar detects storms. Every document they forged vibrated at a frequency that didn't match your spirit. Every fraudulent transaction carried spiritual dissonance, and every witness they manipulated gave off a frequency of fear and falsehood, something only your divine discernment could sense. Their attempts at deception didn't erase the evidence, they amplified it. What they tried to hide only became more visible to your supernatural vision. Isaiah 59:19 declares, "When the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against him." You are that standard. You were raised to see what others overlook, to detect what others dismiss. Your ability to trace these energetic discrepancies isn't random. It's forensic, and it's divine. Have you ever entered a space and felt immediately that something was off, though you had no physical evidence? That was your spiritual crime scene scanner activating. Every time your intuition screamed, "Look again," you were receiving downloads from God's intelligence center. Your spirit logged every detail, the forged names, the altered records, the manipulated stories, and catalogued it all for judgment. Take Frank Serpico as an example, a New York police officer who exposed widespread corruption within his department. Isolated, betrayed, and nearly killed for telling the truth, he didn't stop. Why? Because something inside him couldn't ignore what he knew. You carry that same fire, but on a spiritual level. The more they tried to cover their tracks, the more visible they became to your discernment. Ask yourself now, why do you think God allowed you to endure so many betrayals, delays, and setups? Could it be that all of it was preparing your eye to see what no one else could? That your training wasn't punishment, it was preparation? Your eyes don't just look, they perceive. Your ears don't just hear, they detect. You don't just feel, your spirit processes frequencies of truth and deception in real time. And now, the case you've built with this divine intelligence is being laid before heaven's highest courts. Justice is not a possibility, it is a guarantee. The keys are back in your hand, and with them you are unlocking your future. Now hear this, chosen one. You are entering a sacred threshold. As your spiritual investigation moves from its primary phase into full recovery mode, it is absolutely essential that you remain grounded in the power God has cultivated within you. Do not flinch. Do not shrink back from the magnitude of what you've uncovered. This isn't just closure, it's restoration, it's recompense, it's justice unfolding in real time, and you are at the center of it, standing as both witness and warrior. The flood of evidence you've unearthed would overwhelm most people. You connected patterns of spiritual crimes stretching across timelines and dimensions, and presented them with a clarity that even the highest realms of divine justice now honor. As Isaiah 61:8 declares, "For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery and wrongdoing. In my faithfulness I will reward my people and make an everlasting covenant with them." That promise is being fulfilled through the very case you built. Are you beginning to see how enormous this really is? And now, as the pressure increases in both spiritual and physical realms, you'll notice something strange. Those who played a role in your dispossession will begin to surface again. Some will approach with apologies, others with fake humility, hoping to soften their judgment. They will come with flattering words, disguised remorse, and last-minute bargains. But make no mistake, this is not reconciliation, it is desperation. Their energy is not repentance, it is self-preservation. That's why your discernment must remain laser-sharp, not dulled by emotion or guilt. Matthew 10:16 reminds you, "Be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." You must be both discerning and steady, because not everyone who says sorry is truly sorry. Have you ever seen someone only say they're sorry after getting caught, not because they felt conviction? That's what you're about to witness. Just like Nehemiah, who resisted sabotage and false friendship while rebuilding Jerusalem's walls, Nehemiah 6. You must stay focused. Nehemiah didn't come down from his assignment to entertain false peace. Neither should you. Your case has already been confirmed in heaven. It doesn't need human approval. It is sealed beyond dispute, stamped by divine courts, and authorized by the Most High. The sentence has been issued. The system is now executing justice on your behalf, not slowly, not casually, but with acceleration. Because you cracked the code, followed the signs, and solved the mystery while the odds were stacked against you, the timeline for your restoration has shifted. What was once delayed is now in motion. What was once hidden is being revealed. What was stolen is coming back, plus interest. Have you considered how spiritual interest works? Not only is the original value being returned, but heaven's justice includes compensation for the emotional, mental, and generational toll the theft has caused. Joel 2:25-26 says it best. I will restore to you the years the locusts have eaten. You will have plenty to eat until you are full, and you will praise the name of the Lord your God. You're not just getting things back, you're receiving divine abundance with accumulated increase. Interest has been compounded in ways human systems can't measure, because God sees every tear, every sleepless night, every betrayal, every stolen opportunity. Think of modern whistleblowers like Karen Silkwood, a chemical technician who exposed unsafe conditions at her workplace. Though she faced intense resistance and paid the ultimate price, her case sparked systemic reform. In your story, the spiritual systems that once ignored you are now bending to enforce your restoration. You cracked open a cosmic case file, and now the justice machinery that was waiting for your findings has roared to life. Are you ready for everything to return, but multiplied? Are you prepared to stand firm as justice unfolds in waves that may even shock you with their speed? Because what you set in motion through your prayers, tears, dreams, and unwavering pursuit of truth can no longer be stopped. The heavens have moved, the verdict is final, and the enforcement has begun. What was once stolen is being restored, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. The universal banking system, heaven's own divine economy, is now actively processing every transaction related to what was stolen from you. These are not symbolic transfers. These are spiritual reimbursements, converted into tangible manifestations in your reality. Every resource, every opportunity, every property, and every divine promise that your detective work identified as hijacked is being rerouted back to its rightful owner, you. Can you feel the vibration shifting? The same hands that once held your blessings in manipulation are now being forced to release them by divine order. Celestial transportation systems have been activated, spiritual logistics that transport physical assets, relationships, and resources back into your life. These are supernatural systems far beyond what human society could engineer. What was once far from reach is now rapidly closing in. As Proverbs 6:31 proclaims, "Yet if he is caught, he must pay sevenfold, though it costs him all the wealth of his house." Every thief, seen and unseen, must now repay, not just what was taken, but multiplied compensation. Observe now, chosen one, as the tables turn with divine speed. Those who mocked your sensitivity, belittled your spiritual gifts, and laughed at your intuition, now find themselves cornered by evidence you uncovered when they thought all traces had been erased. Have you noticed how some have gone quiet, avoiding your presence, suddenly withdrawn? They sense it. The truth they tried to bury is rising from the depths with your fingerprints all over the case file. Watch as the ones who called you mentally unstable for believing in imaginary conspiracies begin to unravel. Their anxiety, their erratic behavior, it's the pressure of truth manifesting in their world, undeniable and public. Your calm is their chaos. Your clarity is their confusion. Isaiah 35:4 speaks directly to you in this moment. Say to those with fearful hearts, "Be strong, do not fear. Your God will come, he will come with vengeance. With divine retribution, he will come to save you." That retribution has begun. Those who tried to trap you in financial lack, who restricted your access to wealth and opportunities, are now facing economic collapse, not out of cruelty, but through the universal balancing act your detective work triggered. God's justice doesn't return empty-handed. The spiritual protocols you activated now move with perfect symmetry. As Galatians 6:7 declares, "Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows." Those who sowed lack into your life must now harvest their own intentions. Across dimensions, your evidence is forcing recognition. The very individuals who once labeled you delusional now struggle to explain the very real consequences unfolding before them. They can't explain how the documents reappeared, how the signatures were exposed, how their secret systems broke down, because they don't understand the spiritual technology you were using. Your work wasn't rooted in the five senses. It was empowered by divine sight. Behind the scenes, you've never walked alone. Your spirit guides, luminous beings appointed to assist you, have watched your investigation with awe. They were never allowed to solve the case for you, but they preserved clues. They guarded timelines. They shielded crime scenes from spiritual erasure. When the enemy tried to destroy the last thread of evidence, these beings performed quantum interventions to preserve truth. Psalm 91:11 confirms their presence. "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." And guard you they did. You were the lead investigator in this case, but heaven assigned you a divine task force, a team of spiritual intelligence specialists working beyond human perception. And now, your name is etched in the celestial archives. Your investigative persistence, your refusal to give up even when you were exhausted and doubted by everyone, has become legendary in dimensions you will soon access with full awareness. Have you considered what it means that your methods are now being studied by future generations of spiritual detectives? You cracked open a spiritual case that heaven itself will use as curriculum. And now, with justice surging forward and restoration already unfolding, are you prepared to receive what is returning? Are you ready to walk in the full authority you claimed through tears, trials, and truth? Because the investigation is over, the verdict is final, and your victory is eternal. The Creator never turns a blind eye to the theft of destiny, especially not when it involves one of His chosen, equipped with mission-critical detective abilities that function on spiritual frequencies beyond this world. Heaven takes such violations personally. Your life is not ordinary, and neither was your assignment. When your investigative instincts began to pierce through the fog of interference and deceit, the universe responded. Like elite backup sent to reinforce the lead detective who has just identified the suspects, divine intelligence aligned itself with your mission. Legions of heavenly watchers leaned in. Systems across dimensions began to synchronize. This is not just about personal vindication. It is about spiritual precedent. You have concluded one of the most significant investigations your soul has ever undertaken. The implications reach far beyond your life. What you've uncovered now serves as a universal case study in justice, perseverance, and revelation. As Psalm 33 verse 5 reminds us, "The Lord loves righteousness and justice. The earth is full of His unfailing love." Your work was not in vain. It was a necessary act of righteousness that will bless others far beyond your generation. You've become the standard, the model, the living, breathing evidence that stolen inheritances can and will be traced, recovered, and returned. The blueprint of your method, how you followed spiritual hunches, trusted dreams, read signs, and persisted when logic said, "Stop," is now etched into the celestial archives. Have you realized that your soul's detective work is being used to train future chosen ones? Just as Moses wrote down divine instruction for others to follow, your case file now leads others to their recovery missions. Can you feel the shift in your atmosphere? That's not imagination. That's spiritual gravity, bending reality around the weight of the truth you've uncovered. Those synchronicities you've been noticing. The same numbers, the familiar faces, the perfectly timed messages, aren't coincidences. They're divine breadcrumbs becoming visible in real time. Each one is a spiritual exhibit now manifesting in your physical world. Those sudden memory flashes, unexpected revelations, and emotional clicks you've been experiencing, that's your spiritual detective system retrieving sealed case files from your subconscious now that the primary facts have been established beyond dispute. John 14:26 explains this perfectly. The Holy Spirit will teach you all things and remind you of everything I have said to you. These flashes are not random. They are heaven's reminders, surfacing as new data becomes relevant. Right now, your evidence is integrating across multiple layers of existence. The universal mainframe, the divine network connecting all realms, is downloading your investigative findings into physical reality with increasing intensity. What was once only seen in spirit is now being felt, heard, and experienced by everyone around you. And your oppressors? They feel it too. Though they lack spiritual understanding to name what they feel, they sense something closing in. The weight, the watching, the pressure from every direction. They call it anxiety. You know its divine consequence. Proverbs 28:1 says, "The wicked flee though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." Their running is instinctual, triggered by the spiritual truth pressing into their world like a rising tide. They sense watching eyes, but don't know it's your surveillance now operating in full effect. They feel like time is running out, but can't trace the countdown to your meticulous gathering of evidence over years of prayer, pain, and perseverance. They think it's random misfortune, but it's divine justice moving with unstoppable force. Consider whistleblower Sharon Watkins, who exposed the Enron scandal from within. Though her warnings were ignored at first, her evidence brought down an empire. You, too, have brought down spiritual empires built on deception. And now, like her, you will be remembered as the one who saw what others ignored and had the courage to speak truth when it was dangerous. Are you ready for the final seals to be broken? Are you prepared to witness the full disclosure of everything that has been brewing in spirit? Because the case you've built has created irreversible momentum. Heaven and earth now move in harmony, and the exposure that once seemed impossible is about to become undeniable. Justice delayed is not justice denied. The time is now, the truth is yours, and nothing can stop what God has ordained. Their time of hiding has ended. There are no more shadows to retreat into, because your spiritual detective work illuminated every dark corner they thought would remain forever concealed. Your investigation has now extended across dimensions, enforcing divine jurisdiction over every realm where injustice tried to escape accountability. Every loophole, every disguise, every manipulated record has collapsed under the weight of the evidence you gathered. Why now? Because heaven's clock struck the appointed time. Your breakthrough was not random, it was divinely timed to perfection. Had you solved this mystery earlier, your soul might not have possessed the judicial authority required to manage its interdimensional consequences. You needed the wisdom, maturity, and spiritual discernment developed through fire to handle what would be revealed. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven." You cracked this case at the exact moment when the universe had aligned for maximum restitution, exposure, and enforcement. And had your investigation gone on longer without hitting its divine conclusion, vital clues might have been lost. The forces opposing you had already launched entropy acceleration programs, schemes designed to scatter and erase data across space and time. But your timing was flawless. Like Queen Esther, you stepped into your role for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. and heaven backed your boldness. Everything converged: your preparedness, their cycles of vulnerability and universal alignment. The moment you reached critical revelation, the cosmic calendar activated. This was the exact window heaven had marked for total resolution and full-scale restoration. What you endured was not in vain, it was strategic preparation. Now, your investigation concludes triumphantly. You didn't just survive spiritual sabotage, you overcame it and exposed it. Your evidence stands unchallenged, despite every attempt to discredit your spiritual intelligence. Isaiah 54:17 has come alive. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. They tried to defame your name, but the courts of heaven confirmed your authority. Attempts to force you into compromised settlements have failed. Offers of partial restoration were revealed to be mere distractions, decoys designed to trick you into settling for less than what was divinely promised. But your spirit knew better. You waited, you trusted, and now your recovery begins without delay. Where the enemy tried to program obstacles, heaven overrode the code. Your relocation, the very movement they tried to stop, is already underway. Your return to promise is accelerating. Your vindication isn't halfway, it's complete. You're not receiving bits and pieces, you're receiving overflow. Joel 2:26 speaks directly to this hour. You will have plenty to eat until you are full, and you will praise the name of the Lord your God. Never again will my people be shamed. You are that people, and shame will not cling to your name any longer. Think of Erin Brockovich once more, a single mother with no legal training who exposed one of the most powerful environmental cover-ups in American history. Her persistence shattered systems designed to silence her. Like you, she wasn't formally credentialed, but heaven gave her something greater: divine purpose. You, chosen one, were trained by God himself. Your credentials are eternal. You solved a mystery most would have been too afraid to investigate. You decoded the patterns of your own disinheritance, something designed to remain unsolved for lifetimes. But your supernatural detective abilities activated precisely for this case. Abilities beyond the human mind, gifts that only God could deposit, were called forward for such a moment as this. Are you ready to receive what has always been yours, but had to be spiritually unlocked? Are you prepared to walk in the fullness of what your evidence demands? Because there is no more delay. The time is now. The case is closed. The restoration is immediate. And your name is being honored in realms where your identity was once erased. You have maintained investigative integrity through storms of spiritual sabotage, through relentless interference designed to confuse, delay, and corrupt your process. While others may have faltered under pressure or accepted distractions dressed as shortcuts, you remained focused. You chose truth over comfort, clarity over chaos, and spiritual justice over emotional relief. Can you see now why your journey required so much resistance? Because your success was never meant to be ordinary. It was destined to be legendary. You weren't handed a map. You built one. You developed unique detective methodologies, not in pristine conditions, but in hostile terrain. The systems you needed were not available. You created them. Every tool of discernment you now carry was forged in the fires of obstruction. Every insight was earned by walking through confusion with nothing but divine guidance. As James 1:12 promises, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised." You have stood the test, and now the crown is yours. Your brilliance wasn't just intellectual, it was spiritual, it was tenacious. You followed trails that disappeared before your eyes. You uncovered patterns hidden behind time itself. You connected evidence that had been intentionally scattered across dimensions to prevent reassembly. Psalm 18:29 testifies to your resilience. With your help, I can advance against a troop. With my God, I can scale a wall. You didn't just scale walls. You dismantled fortresses built to protect deception. You qualified for full resolution the moment you rejected compromise disguised as mercy. You were offered partial settlements, half-truths, and emotionally appealing closures that would have left the core injustice untouched. But you said no. You stayed committed to the truth, even when it cost you comfort, reputation, and support. That integrity has not gone unnoticed. The courts of heaven now finalize your case. Not with doubt, not with delay, but with decisive restoration. Receive now what your detective work has reclaimed. Receive it without hesitation, without guilt, and without apology. Everything they believed was perfectly hidden. Everything they thought was buried beyond spiritual access has been retrieved and returned. Why? Because you did what no one expected. You solved your own case when even divine observers considered it cold. You brought heat into the void. You reignited the trail. And now, what was once lost is being restored sevenfold. Assume authority with the clarity of one who knows their victory is complete. You didn't stumble into this. You earned it, step by prophetic step. Your success was not an accident. It was the outcome of relentless obedience, divine intelligence, and unshakable faith. Think of Rosa Parks, a woman who made one seemingly small decision to stay seated, yet triggered a civil rights movement that would change the world. Her strength wasn't in shouting, it was in standing still. Likewise, your power wasn't always in grand displays. It was in your quiet refusal to surrender to systems designed to suppress you. Are you ready to walk in the full authority of your spiritual badge? Are you prepared to claim everything you recovered, not with timidity, but with confidence that matches the magnitude of your assignment? Because now you don't just hold the truth, you are the truth. Your name is cleared, your authority is confirmed, and your story will be told in spiritual realms as the one who solved what others thought unsolvable. Now is the time to catalogue what has been restored with the same level of precision that defined your investigation. You didn't just recover resources, you documented every detail, traced every transfer, and accounted for every stolen asset, down to the smallest coin of spiritual currency. This is not about revenge, it's about divine order. Your thoroughness has ensured that no blessing slips through the cracks, and nothing that was stolen remains unclaimed. As Luke 16:10 says, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much." You've proven yourself trustworthy, and heaven now entrusts you with overflow. Occupy the land now returning to your authority, not with passive relief, but with strategic awareness. This is not just territory, it is a launch pad for future operations. You solved this case, and this ground is now sacred evidence of your victory. Joshua 1:3 comes alive in your story. Every place that the sole of your foot will tread upon, I have given you. This is ground reclaimed, justice planted, destiny watered. You and you alone uncovered this. When others doubted, dismissed, or discredited you, you persisted. You followed the trail through dream codes, divine nudges, and supernatural clues. And now, the house once stolen is returning into your hands through the very keys your investigation tracked across false owners and hidden transactions. What they thought they erased, you recovered. Your inheritance, long withheld, now flows freely back into your stewardship. The accounts, hidden behind digital smokescreens and spiritual encryption, have been unlocked because of your persistence. As Isaiah 61:7 declares, "Instead of your shame, you will receive a double portion, and so you will inherit a double portion in your land, and everlasting joy will be yours." This is your portion. This is your joy. The prosperity being restored to your life isn't random. It's traced, verified, validated through the receipts your investigation uncovered from unauthorized users who thought they could consume your wealth unnoticed. They were wrong. And now, what they used for their temporary gain returns to you with interest that only God's justice system could calculate. Your position, once questioned, is now reaffirmed across realms your detective skills proved were always yours. Your credentials, once ignored, have been reissued in the spirit, this time with divine recognition that no system can reject. Your authority is reinstated, your badge is spiritual, your rank heavenly, and your mission, it's been clarified through objective files retrieved from archives that your enemies thought would stay locked forever. Can you feel it? The same ones who tried to interfere now retreat in silence. Not because you fought with fists, but because you fought with revelation. Psalm 23:5 comes to pass now. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies, and they can only watch as the feast is set. You, chosen one, have the last laugh. You are the detective who solved the greatest inheritance heist in cosmic history, alone, with odds stacked against you from every side. While others were looking for approval or shortcuts, you stayed on the trail. While enemies conspired, you stayed in alignment. And now, the case is closed, and the reward is divine. Just like Malala Yousafzai, a young girl who refused to be silenced and went on to become a Nobel Peace Prize winner, your voice, your vision, and your mission broke through systems designed to erase you. You didn't just survive injustice, you exposed it. So now, are you ready to walk in this restored identity? Are you prepared to lead from the very ground you were once pushed off of? Because this is your domain, this is your calling, and the victory, it belongs to you. As God's chosen ones, you have always been more than just a seeker of truth. You are the fearless detective in God's divine plan. The inheritance that was once stolen from you, hidden in the shadows, is finally being returned to you. This is not just a moment of restoration, but a revelation of God's unfailing love and faithfulness. For years you may have wondered when this breakthrough would come, but now the time has arrived. You have walked through the trials, held on to faith when others doubted, and now God is fulfilling His promises in ways that will astonish you. Your inheritance, whether it be spiritual, emotional, or material, is being restored, and it is a direct result of your unwavering trust in God's timing. Just as the Israelites reclaimed what was stolen from them, so too, God is bringing you into a season of restoration, renewal, and divine elevation. The enemy may have stolen, but God will always restore and multiply beyond what was lost. This is a powerful moment in your life, a divine turning point. You are no longer just a survivor, you are a victor. God is opening doors that no one can shut and unlocking opportunities that will change the course of your life forever. Know this, what God has for you is not just to bless you, but to make His glory known to the world through your testimony. If you feel that this message resonates with your heart, I invite you to show your support by leaving a super thanks below. Your support, whether through a donation or simply your engagement, means so much to me. I am deeply thankful for your presence in this community, and regardless of whether you donate, I appreciate you being here. Your support, prayers, and encouragement are treasures that I hold dear. Please take a moment to like, subscribe, comment, and share this video with anyone who needs to hear that their inheritance is being returned. Spread the message that the time of restoration is now, and that God is faithful to His word. I believe that your breakthrough is just around the corner, and as you continue to trust in Him, His promises will unfold in your life in miraculous ways. May God bless you abundantly. May He restore what was lost, and may He give you the strength and wisdom to embrace the blessings He's preparing for you. Stay faithful, stay expectant, and stay blessed. Chosen ones, listen carefully, because what you're about to hear is not just another message scrolling across your screen. This is not a coincidence, a random tap, or a casual moment. This is a divine appointment orchestrated by the very hand of God. If you're watching this, it's because heaven has summoned you. You didn't wander here by accident. You were drawn here by design, by something far greater than algorithms or timing. God Himself has called you into this exact moment for one reason: to reveal what you're becoming next. And make no mistake, this isn't a vague encouragement or a hopeful wish. What you're about to receive is a heaven-sent declaration, a prophetic unveiling, a spiritual download straight from the throne of eternity into your life right now. This is the voice of God crashing into your reality. It's not a whisper, it's a thunder. It's not an idea, it's a decree. And that decree carries the weight to break every chain that's tried to hold you back, and to expose every lie that told you were too late, too flawed, or too far gone. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt like your life was waiting for a shift you couldn't explain? Like something inside of you was stirring, awakening, but you couldn't put it into words? What if that tug in your soul wasn't confusion, but confirmation? What if that ache in your spirit was heaven saying, "You are next"? Right now, I need you to lock in with every part of your being, your mind, your heart, and your spirit. Because this isn't just encouragement, it's alignment, it's activation, it's your destiny stepping out of the shadows and into full view. This message is heaven's response to the questions you've whispered in your prayers, to the nights you cried and wondered if God still had a plan for you. This is your answer. And if you feel that spark rising in your soul already, don't hesitate. Comment 777 below as a prophetic declaration. That's your way of saying, "I'm listening, Lord. I receive this word. I am ready to step into what you've prepared for me." Before we journey deeper, I want to take a moment to offer my most heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you who has supported this mission. To those who've stood with us in prayer, who've spoken words of encouragement, and especially to those who've blessed this ministry through super thanks. Please know that your support is not only seen, it is sacred. You are not just contributors, you are co-laborers in a divine work. Whether you've given or not, your presence here is deeply appreciated, and I thank God for you. Now, chosen one, breathe this in. Your future is not fragile. It is not floating in uncertainty. It is secured in the unshakable grip of God, and when your life is held in His hands, no force in hell can undo what He has declared. What God has spoken over you is not up for debate, and it is not subject to delay. The enemy knows this. That's why he's fought so hard to distract you, to discourage you, to make you doubt your own reflection in the mirror of faith. But today, all that changes. So lean in. Let this message settle into your spirit like fire in your bones. Let it burn away confusion, melt every ounce of fear, and illuminate the next chapter God is already writing with your name on it. Because what you're about to hear is what you are becoming next. And trust me, it's far greater than you've imagined. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God said, this is what you're becoming next. Let's begin with this divine revelation. As one of God's chosen ones, you're not aimlessly building a future from scratch, hoping that somehow it will all come together. You're not taking uncertain steps, wondering each day if things will work out. Could it be that what you call the future is actually God's finished masterpiece, already hidden in the folds of eternity. Isaiah 46:10 confirms this, as God declares, "I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come." What would it do to your faith if you truly believed that your ending was written before your beginning ever took shape? God didn't wait until your birth to design your destiny. He didn't wait until your first prayer to chart your path. He spoke your victory into existence before the battle ever formed against you. He finalized your breakthrough before your first breakdown. Isn't it humbling to realize that long before your fears, failures, or even your faith, God had already completed your story? Consider this. When David was tending sheep in obscurity, no one saw a king, but God had already called him one. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. Could it be that while others see a process, heaven sees a promise fulfilled? That's why you're not waiting to become. You're becoming what God already knows you are. Even in moments when life seems to spiral into chaos, don't confuse motion with misdirection. Your story is not falling apart, it's falling into place. How many times have you thought you were lost, only to realize later that you were being led? Romans 8:28 reminds you, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." If God is working through all things, can anything truly derail what he has already decided? Take the life of Nelson Mandela, the great South African leader who spent 27 years in prison. To the world, it looked like his story had ended. But Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." That echoes exactly what God has declared about you. What looks delayed is only being developed. What feels forgotten is actually being prepared. Could the silence around you be the sound of heaven setting the stage for your arrival? Your life is not random. You are not the sum of broken pieces trying to fit into a pattern. You are a divine narrative crafted by a God who finishes what he starts. Philippians 1:6 gives you this certainty. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. If God started it, he is committed to finishing it. And if he's committed, what force in heaven or on earth can undo his plan? Why do you still doubt your worth when the heavens have already approved your assignment? Why do you still question your future when the one who holds time has already stepped into it and sealed it with his promise? Even when the enemy tries to distract you with fear or delay your steps with disappointment, remember this truth. He cannot cancel what he didn't create. Your script is not being written in real time. It is unfolding exactly as the author designed. Revelation 3:7 speaks of Jesus who opens and no one can shut, and shuts and no one can open. If he opened this door, who has the power to close it? Walk boldly, chosen one, not with fear of what's ahead, but with reverence for what's already been prepared. You are not begging heaven for approval. Heaven has already announced your arrival. The end of your story is not a cliffhanger. It is victory. It is breakthrough. It is God's glory made visible through your life. And here's the deeper question. Will you live like someone trying to survive, or like someone who has already overcome? Because the truth is, you are not becoming a possibility. You are becoming a prophecy fulfilled. Listen closely, chosen one. You are not a coincidence. You are not the result of biological timing, human logic, or a chain of random decisions. You are not here because of chance. You are here because of calling. Before time had a name, before the earth rotated once, God knew you. He didn't just imagine you, he foreknew you, formed you, called you, and ordained you. Romans 8:29-30 makes it crystal clear. For those God foreknew, he also predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified. Do you feel the weight of that truth? Your story didn't begin at birth. It began in eternity. Let's take this one step at a time. If God foreknew you, that means he didn't need to wait to meet you. He's always known you. If he predestined you, then your life isn't unfolding by luck. It's unfolding by divine design. When he called you, it wasn't a casual whisper. It was a divine summoning, echoing through the corridors of eternity into your present reality. When he justified you, he didn't just forgive you. He wiped the record clean. And when he glorified you, he clothed you in purpose, beauty, and victory that the world can't erase. Have you ever wondered why, even when you try to quit or disappear, something keeps pulling you back to your purpose? Why does your spirit stir in places others seem to sleep through? Could it be that your soul is simply responding to a blueprint that was written before your body ever formed? Even the battles you face are not signs of abandonment, they are markers of alignment. David, in Psalm 139, verse 16, wrote, "Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be." If God already wrote your days, then doesn't that mean your current struggle has already been accounted for in his plan? It may feel like you're stuck right now. Perhaps you're walking through a valley filled with questions, carrying the weight of silent heartbreak, or trying to hold on when nothing seems stable. But let this truth ring louder than your doubt. You are not stuck, you are passing through. Psalm 23:4 doesn't say, "If I stay in the valley." It says, "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." Your current chapter is not your final headline. You were never designed to camp in pain. The valley is not your destination. It's a corridor toward transformation. Think about this. How many people look at you and see strength, yet have no idea about the private battles you've had to survive just to keep standing? You've fought wars that left no bruises others could see, but heaven saw every blow, and God counts every tear. Psalm 56 verse 8 tells us, "You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle." If your tears matter that much to God, can you still believe the lie that you've been forgotten? Now, consider the story of Frida Kahlo, the Mexican painter who endured a life marked by pain, physical trauma, and heartbreak. Her body was broken, her heart often shattered, but she once said, "At the end of the day, we can endure much more than we think we can." Her suffering didn't silence her, it gave her voice, and that voice became healing for generations. Could it be that your scars are not signs of weakness, but seals of a deeper calling? Every scar you carry has a message stitched inside it. Every delay is not a denial, it's a divine preparation. When Joseph sat in a prison cell, betrayed and forgotten, it looked like a dead end, but God was using the waiting room to prepare a throne. Genesis 50:20 reveals the outcome. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good." What if the same is true for you? What if what broke you is also what God will use to build you? So don't misinterpret the valley. Don't mistake silence for absence. God has not gone quiet. He is working behind the curtain. The pain may be real, but it is not permanent. The waiting may feel long, but it will never cancel the word spoken over your life. Hold on, chosen one. Your path is sacred even when it's hard. Your tears are temporary, but your glory is eternal. What you're walking through is only preparing you for the kind of breakthrough that no one can deny. And when it comes, it won't just bless you, it will heal others. Your testimony is forming right now. And here's something worth pondering. What if the very valley you wish to escape is the one that holds the key to your next level of transformation? What you're facing right now, this pressure, this pain, this stillness, is not the conclusion of your story. It may feel like the chapter is dragging on, but don't mistake delay for denial. The author of your life is still holding the pen. and the ink of his promises has not run dry. God is not improvising your future. He is unfolding it page by page with intentionality and power. Jeremiah 29:11 offers a divine assurance. "For I know the thoughts that I think toward you, says the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end." Have you ever wondered, if God already knows your ending, then what is there to fear in your now? The truth is, heaven has already scheduled your breakthrough. While you may feel like you're behind, you are perfectly on time for what God has orchestrated next. You're not wandering through uncertainty. You're walking toward fulfillment. The final chapter of your story is not one of defeat, but of divine destiny. It ends not in disaster, but in glory, and not because of your strength, but because of God's unshakable word. Maybe right now you feel immobilized, but movement is coming. Maybe you feel shattered by disappointment, yet restoration has already been written into your timeline. Perhaps you've spent seasons hidden, passed over, while others were elevated. But heaven's record says you will be honored publicly in due time. Could it be that the silence around you is the sound of divine setup? Take heart, chosen one. Not one demon, not one delay, not even your deepest mistake has the power to void what God has already decreed over your life. Revelation 3:8 echoes this when Jesus says, "I have set before you an open door and no one can shut it. If he opened it, no enemy can close it. If he wrote it, no failure can erase it." You need to plant this truth deep in your soul. God does not initiate what he doesn't intend to complete. That's not how heaven operates. Philippians 1:6 confirms it. "Being confident of this very thing, that he who began a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ." If God began building you, he will finish you. If he planted you in purpose, he will water you in grace. If he called you, he will empower you. If he anointed you, he will establish you. You are not a forgotten construction site left unfinished on the edge of destiny. You are not a dream God walked away from. You are not a divine experiment gone wrong. You are a living masterpiece, still being sculpted by the hands of the master artist. And even when it feels like nothing is happening on the surface, heaven is working overtime beneath the soil of your life. Think about the journey of the late Pope John Paul II, born into a turbulent world, orphaned young and shaped by war and suffering. His path looked anything but glorious in the beginning, but through discipline, devotion, and divine calling, he rose to become a global spiritual leader who impacted billions. His early pain didn't cancel his purpose, it prepared him for it. Could it be that what you've labeled as detours are actually your foundations being poured? Every hardship is forming the frame for your next revelation. Every waiting room is a spiritual greenhouse where your future is being nurtured. You don't need to manufacture your own breakthrough. It's already in motion. Your only job is to believe, to keep walking, and to trust that heaven is fully invested in seeing you become what God already called you to be. So ask yourself this: what if your unfinished feeling is not failure, but formation? What if what feels incomplete is simply a work in progress, guided by a God who never abandons what he begins? You are chosen, you are becoming, and you are right on time. Listen with every part of your spirit, chosen one, because this truth must go deeper than your ears. It must reach your identity. You are not what they labeled you. You are not the sum of your past, your missteps, your regrets, or the narrow opinions of people who only knew a fraction of your story. You are who God says you are, and what he speaks over you carries eternal authority. When the world says you're broken, God calls you whole. When others say you're too late, God calls you right on time. When people only see your flaws, God gazes at your future. a future bursting with divine purpose, heavenly power, and unshakable glory. Do you realize how much heaven has invested in your identity? 1 Peter 2:9 declares, "But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, his own special people." Let's break that down, not as a slogan, but as a divine verdict over your life. You are chosen, handpicked by God himself, not because of perfection, but because of grace. Before the crowd ever saw your worth, God already selected you. Isn't it wild to think that the one who created galaxies paused to assign purpose to you? You are royal, which means you're not just meant to survive. You're called to carry authority, to reign with Christ, to walk in boldness, not shame. Ephesians 2:6 confirms that you've already been raised up and seated in heavenly places in Christ Jesus. Why then would you continue living as though you're beneath when heaven sees you above? You are holy, which doesn't mean you're perfect, but it does mean you're set apart. You weren't made to fit the mold of this world. Romans 12:2 urges you, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." So if the world doesn't understand you, maybe that's the clearest sign that you're walking in divine alignment. And you are peculiar, not strange in weakness, but different by design. You're not meant to blend into the background. You are the one who shifts atmospheres, who carries light into dark rooms, who speaks truth when others settle for silence. Could it be that your discomfort around the ordinary is proof that you were born for the extraordinary? Even history has honored those who dared to live by heaven's identity rather than human opinion. Take the story of Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. At a time when women were expected to remain silent and still, she felt a divine calling that didn't match society's expectations. Her choice to pursue that calling reshaped the world's approach to healthcare and compassion. She once said, "I attribute my success to this. I never gave or took any excuse." Her courage to stand apart wasn't pride, it was purpose. Could it be that your refusal to conform is not rebellion, but revelation? You were never created to shrink to fit someone else's narrative. You weren't born to match expectations. You were born to shatter them. You were made to rise to the level of God's declaration over your life. Heaven's blueprint for you doesn't include mediocrity, self-doubt, or compromise. It includes influence, healing, legacy, and light. So why continue to live beneath your inheritance? Why keep adjusting your brightness to make others comfortable when you were designed to illuminate? When God calls you chosen, who has the authority to call you anything less? When God declares you royal, who can demote you? When God names you holy, who dares to declare you common? Let this truth anchor deep within you. You are not a whisper of potential. You are a roaring confirmation of prophecy. You are not lost in the crowd. You were lifted out of it for a reason. And nothing that is spoken on earth can override what has already been stamped in heaven. Stand tall in your difference. Embrace the call that makes you stand out. And walk boldly in the truth that you are chosen, royal, holy, and set apart for such a time as this. Right now, some of you may feel like your future is dragging behind schedule. You've been faithful. You've prayed until your voice went silent. You've waited through countless sleepless nights. You've stood firm while others move forward. And yet the door you've believed for, the breakthrough you've been expecting, still hasn't opened. Could it be that what feels like delay is actually divine strategy? What if the waiting isn't punishment, but preparation? Here's a kingdom truth you must hold close. Delay is not denial. It is divine alignment. Habakkuk 2:3 unveils this mystery. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarry, wait for it. Because it will surely come, it will not tarry. It sounds like a contradiction. How can something tarry and yet not tarry? Because God does not operate on human clocks. He is not late according to eternity's timepiece. He functions in kairos, divine timing. And everything he sets in motion arrives exactly when it's meant to shape your destiny. Could it be that the door hasn't opened yet, not because God is withholding it, but because heaven is refining you to match the weight of what's behind it? God is not only preparing the blessing, He is preparing you to carry the blessing. He's not just aligning circumstances, He's building your strength to steward what's coming. Why? Because an unprepared vessel will eventually misuse a prepared promise. Think of David, anointed to be king as a shepherd boy, yet sent back to the fields. He wasn't delayed because God forgot him. He was delayed because God was forming him. By the time he faced Goliath, the delay had shaped his confidence, his courage, and his calling. Do you feel like your character is being tested in the hidden place? Like your patience is being stretched beyond its limit? That's not neglect, it's construction. God is enlarging your capacity so you can sustain the promise, not just receive it. He's sharpening your discernment so you'll know what to fight for and what to walk away from. He's deepening your faith so that when the blessing arrives, you'll carry it with reverence, not arrogance. Consider the story of Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. Born into poverty and raised in public housing, he dreamed of building something greater. But his journey wasn't fast. It was full of closed doors and years of delay. Looking back, Schultz once said, "Dream more than others think practical. Expect more than others think possible." His years of waiting weren't wasted. They were the forge that built his endurance. Could it be that your waiting season is also your proving ground? In heaven's economy, nothing is wasted. Every moment you spend waiting with faith is a seed in the soil of destiny. Galatians 6:9 promises, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for in due season we shall reap if we do not faint." Due season is not always your preferred season, but it's always the right one. Do you trust that God is not late, even when your heart is aching for movement? What if the wait is God's way of building weight? What if the silence is strengthening your spiritual voice? What if the very season you're trying to escape is the foundation being poured for your elevation? Chosen one, don't rush the process. Don't despise the silence. The cocoon may feel tight now, but wings are being formed in the dark. And when the doors finally open, you will walk through them not as someone overwhelmed, but as someone ready. Ready to carry the blessing, ready to multiply it for God's glory, ready to reign with maturity, wisdom, and grace. You are not behind schedule. You are right on time for what heaven is planning next. Isaiah 63 declares, "And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising." This isn't just ancient poetry meant to sound beautiful. It is a divine prophecy, one that heaven has engraved into your destiny. It's a revelation of what's unfolding in your life right now and what's still to come. You were never designed for a limited life. Your calling isn't confined to your inner circle or a quiet, unnoticed corner of the world. You carry more than a personal purpose. You carry a global assignment. Chosen one, you are a vessel of influence beyond what you can currently measure. You may feel hidden today, but you're being prepared to shine in places you've never even stepped into. Why? Because your life was never meant to be a flicker. It was meant to be a flame that ignites hope across generations. What if the very pain you've endured is preparing a light so strong it will become a map for others to find their way? Your story, your struggles, your survival, your surrender was never just about you. God is raising you as a living testimony, a radiant signal fire for those still lost in the dark. Matthew 5:14 affirms this, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden." Doesn't that suggest that even your past pain is being transformed into present power? Your light will first reach your family. The same rooms where you were once ignored will become the places where people now seek your wisdom. Healing will flow through the wounds you once hid. Restoration will enter hearts simply because you kept believing. Then, that light will move outward, becoming a guide to your community. Those who watched you suffer will now watch you rise. They'll ask how you made it, and your answer will always point to God. But your impact won't stop there. Your story is meant to cross borders. Nations will be touched, not by perfection, but by the purity of your perseverance. Psalm 67 verse 2 declares that thy way may be known upon earth, thy saving health among all nations. Could it be that the world is waiting to see what God can do with a surrendered life like yours? People will observe not just your success, but your scars. They'll see where you came from, the heartbreak, the disappointments, the nights you almost quit. But they'll also see how you refused to bow to bitterness, how you kept showing up, how you let God carry you. And that will shake them, because your life will reveal one undeniable truth. It was never your strength that sustained you. It was the hand of God. Your story will preach louder than any microphone ever could. It will say, if God can do this with me, He can do it with you. And your scars, yes, even the ones you still sometimes wish didn't exist, will shine like pure gold. Revelation 12:11 says, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. Your testimony will become a weapon of victory, not just for you, but for countless others. Think of the artist Jean-Michel Basquiat. Before his name ever hung in world-famous galleries, he was just a homeless teenager in New York City, sketching his pain and brilliance onto scraps of cardboard. He once said, I am not a black artist, I am an artist. His story broke cultural ceilings because he refused to shrink his vision. Could it be that your rise, too, will not only inspire individuals, but challenge systems? Your comeback, your breakthrough, your rise, it will carry the unmistakable fragrance of heaven. People will feel the glory before you even speak a word. You won't need to convince anyone that God is with you. They will see it, they'll feel it in the room when you walk in. They'll hear it in your voice, even when you're just offering kindness. Your life will become undeniable proof of divine presence. So stop underestimating the anointing on your life. Stop minimizing your process just because others can't see the full picture yet. Heaven sees it, and the world is about to witness it. What God is doing in you is bigger than you can currently comprehend. And when the time comes, people from all walks of life, strangers, leaders, even kings, will be drawn to the brightness of your rising, not because you were loud, but because your life carried the quiet weight of God's glory. Chosen one, take this into the depths of your heart. This is not the end of your joy. Even if your soul feels heavy today, even if your smile has faded beneath the weight of grief or silence, God's promises are still alive, and they are moving toward you. Psalm 126, 5-6 declares, they that sow in tears shall reap in joy. He that goes forth and weeps, bearing precious seed, shall doubtless come again with rejoicing, bringing his sheaves with him. Let that sink in. If your hands have released tears into the soil of your journey, then heaven has already scheduled your harvest. You're not crying in vain. You're investing in your own rejoicing. What if your current sorrow is simply the soil where your next season of laughter is being planted? Could it be that every tear you've cried has been watering the roots of the breakthrough you've been waiting for? If you've known loss of time, of relationships, of health, or of dreams, then understand this. God has already sent restoration ahead of you. Joel 2:25 promises, I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. Not just moments, years. Even what feels like wasted seasons are being redeemed by the hands of a God who never loses what belongs to Him. Maybe you've felt crushed lately, like the pressure has become unbearable. But remember this, the olive is pressed before oil can flow. The perfume is released only after the crushing of the petals. Could it be that your pressing is the process through which your anointing is being released? You will laugh again, and not a guarded laugh, You'll laugh freely from a place of peace that can only be formed through God's healing touch. You will dance again, not just physically, but spiritually. Your joy will not be fragile. It will be unshakable because it will come from the presence of the Lord, not the permission of circumstances. Psalm 30:11 says, "You turned my mourning into dancing. You removed my sackcloth and clothed me with joy." That transformation is your portion. There is a moment coming, a morning not far from now, when you will open your eyes and realize this is it. This is the life God promised. This is the season your spirit held on to when nothing around you made sense. And you'll say to yourself, "What I once believed by faith, I now hold in my hands." Think of Nick Vujicic, born without arms or legs. He once felt hopeless, even suicidal, until he surrendered his pain to Christ. Today, he travels the world preaching about joy, purpose, and faith to millions. He said, "If God can use a man without arms and legs to be his hands and feet, then he will certainly use any willing heart." Could it be that your lowest valley will become your highest platform? Right now, breakthrough may feel like a distant hope. But what if it's closer than you think? What if heaven has already whispered your name in rooms you've never entered? What if the laughter, the dancing, the overflowing joy is already on its way, and all God asks is that you don't give up too soon? Chosen one, don't misread your weeping season. Don't label it as the end when heaven has marked it as a turning point. You are not weeping forever. You are sowing, and the harvest, full of joy, restoration, and undeniable glory, is coming. And when it arrives, it will be so overwhelming that even you will say, "The Lord has done great things for me," because He has, and He's not done yet. Let your heart receive this final blazing truth, chosen one. Let your mind and your spirit be set on fire with it. You will become the answer to someone's desperate prayer. Your very life, yes, your life, will be the breakthrough someone else has been crying out to heaven for. You won't just be a survivor. You will be a restorer. You will rebuild what your family once mourned as lost forever. You will redeem legacies, revive hope, and reignite faith where it once lay in ashes. Have you considered that your story might be someone else's roadmap out of despair? That your scars are sacred keys unlocking prison doors for people you haven't even met yet? You will carry the weight and radiance of God's glory into places others are too afraid to enter, into broken systems, into forgotten streets, into generational wounds. You will become living proof that God does not forget His people, even when the night feels endless and the battle rages louder than prayer. Isaiah 58:12 speaks directly to this calling. "You shall be called the repairer of the breach, the restorer of streets to dwell in." Isn't that exactly what God is shaping you into? This isn't fantasy. This isn't emotional hype. This isn't wishful thinking dressed up in spiritual language. What you're hearing is heaven's decree. It is prophecy, thundered from the throne of God, and now whispered into your spirit at this appointed moment. This is not about potential. This is about certainty. It is already written in the books of heaven. Your future is not up for negotiation. It's not being formed based on how well you perform or how perfectly you walk. It is secured, sealed in the mind of God. And there is nothing, no delay, no failure, no trauma, no fear that can cancel what He has already decreed. Isaiah 14:27 affirms this, "For the Lord of hosts has purposed, and who will annul it? His hand is stretched out, and who will turn it back?" So rise up now, not with timidity, but with holy boldness. Think with faith, walk with fire, pray with divine expectation, believe as if you already hold the promise in your hands. Refuse to live small. Refuse to shrink for the comfort of others. Refuse to apologize for the mantle God has placed on your life. Because His hand is still on you. His voice is still speaking over you. And what He began, he will bring to completion. Philippians 1:6 echoes again. He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Remember this: when God starts something, he never stops halfway. When he declares a future, he does not retract it. You are not nearing the end. You are nearing the unveiling. You are not fading. You are rising. And what awaits you is not merely what you hoped for. It's more. More than you imagined. More than you dared to pray. More than what others said was possible. Take one final look at your past and bless it for how it shaped you. But then fix your eyes forward, because what's ahead is soaked in glory. God is not finished with you. He is just getting started. And your future, it will echo with every promise and exceed every expectation. Chosen one, what you're becoming next isn't something small or ordinary. You're becoming a signpost, something that causes people to pause, marvel, and ask, what kind of God could do that? Isaiah 8:18 speaks this truth clearly. Behold, I and the children whom the Lord hath given me are for signs and for wonders in Israel. You were never created to blend in with the noise of the world. You were set apart to make people notice the quiet thunder of heaven's power resting on your life. Even your endurance has been prophetic. The fact that you're still standing after all you've endured, that alone is a sign to others that God is real, faithful, and active. You didn't survive just to say you made it. You survived to become a living altar, where people will encounter the presence of God just by observing your life. God is raising you to disrupt what's broken. You're not being sent to preserve the status quo. You're being sent to challenge it. Think of Elijah, standing alone on Mount Carmel, confronting false prophets and spiritual corruption. 1 Kings 18. He wasn't trying to be popular. He was called to bring fire. Like him, your presence will often provoke discomfort before it brings clarity. But isn't that what light does? It exposes shadows, not to shame, but to heal. There will be rooms where your silence will speak louder than their noise. There will be moments when your very posture, your peace, your purity, your unwavering faith will confront atmospheres where confusion has ruled for too long. You are not just a believer, you are a representative of the King. Paul reminds us in 2 Corinthians 5:20, "Now then we are ambassadors for Christ." That means wherever you go, into businesses, boardrooms, broken homes, or barren lands, you carry the authority, resources, and voice of heaven. What if your next assignment isn't about achieving something, but about hosting something divine that shifts the entire environment? When God places you in unlikely places, it's because he trusts you to carry his fragrance where it's been forgotten. That's why your presence is disruptive, not in rebellion, but in revelation. You are not sent to fit in. You are sent to represent the kingdom that cannot be shaken. Some of the battles you're fighting weren't born in your lifetime, they were inherited. You've been called to break what your ancestors couldn't, to build what they only dreamed of. You are the fruit of their prayers, the ones whispered in quiet desperation decades ago. You may not even know their names, but heaven has heard every syllable they cried. And now, God is fulfilling their faith through your life. You are not just becoming successful, you are becoming a fulfillment, a bridge, a manifestation, the answer to a cry that preceded your birth. And that's why the pressure has felt greater than your own life, because your rise carries generations with it. Even your deepest pain is being repurposed. Romans 8:28 isn't a cliche, it's a covenant. And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. That means all things: the betrayal, the delay, the illness, the abandonment, the addiction, the failure. Think of Corrie ten Boom, who survived the horrors of a Nazi concentration camp and later traveled the world preaching forgiveness, reconciliation, and hope. She once said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." Her scars didn't silence her, they qualified her. And the same is true of you. You're becoming living evidence that no trauma is too deep, no story too ruined, no soul too shattered for God to restore. Your future won't hide your past. It will redeem it. Chosen one, God is not only calling you to repair what has been broken. He is forming you into someone who will build what has never existed before. You are being shaped to pioneer territory that hasn't yet been mapped by those around you. Like Nehemiah, you're not just weeping over ruins. You're being given the authority and resources to rise and rebuild what others thought was lost for good. And the blueprints you carry are not from this world. They are from the Spirit. That's why you felt different. That's why your vision seems too radical for the room you're in. Because you weren't made to replicate what's already been done. You were made to introduce something heaven has never released until now. God isn't teaching you to maintain. He's teaching you to create. You're being trained for holy construction, and heaven is trusting you to build something that lasts beyond your lifetime. And yes, it's lonely sometimes. Builders often walk alone, while others are still trying to decide if the ground is safe. But God said in Isaiah 43:19, "Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it?" You are not behind schedule. You're simply carrying something ahead of its time. Your voice is not meant to echo the noise of the world. It is being purified to carry heaven's sound. You are not an imitator. You are a voice, not just to your generation, but to dry bones still buried in forgotten valleys. God is putting His word in your mouth like He did with Ezekiel. When you speak, dead things will rattle. Dormant gifts will awaken. Lost callings will return. Don't underestimate how powerful your silence has been. It was never empty. It was sacred preparation. Now, when you speak, you won't just offer words. You'll release atmospheres. Chains will break. Clarity will come. Healing will begin. The power won't be in the volume. It will be in the oil resting on your voice. You're not just rising for your own breakthrough. Your elevation is unlocking others. As you step into purpose, people will be ignited just by watching you. Like Ruth following Naomi into the unknown, your obedience will carry others into generational blessing. They will see your courage, your faith, your fire, and realize that they too were made for more. This is why the warfare against you has been so intense, because the enemy knew that if you ever fully stepped into your identity, you would activate others around you. You're not just a survivor, you're a catalyst. People are watching you, not because you have all the answers, but because your life radiates a presence they can't explain. And more than anything, you are becoming who you were always meant to be, not the version the world demanded, not the version you tried to become to avoid rejection, but the real you, the version heaven has always known, the one who walks in freedom, who carries God's presence without apology, and who is not afraid to blaze a trail where none existed before. Ephesians 2:10 says, "You are His workmanship, His poema. You are His living poetry, carefully crafted, designed for good works that were prepared long before you were born." You're not becoming someone else. You're returning to yourself, not the version marked by pain, but the one formed in glory. Everything that felt like it was breaking you was actually carving you. The fire wasn't sent to burn you, it was sent to reveal you. You've been refined, not reduced. You've been tested, not terminated. And now the real you is emerging, stronger, deeper, clearer, and more surrendered than ever before. You are not just being prepared to walk in favor, you are being fashioned to carry divine justice. The kind of justice that doesn't come through legal systems or worldly approval, but through the weight of God's righteousness resting on your life. You are becoming the kind of person heaven sends when truth must be restored, when wrongs must be made right, and when hidden oppression must be exposed. There is something rising in you that cannot tolerate injustice. Not because you're bitter, but because you've tasted injustice and survived it. You've seen darkness, and instead of becoming it, you chose to reflect light. This is why your heart aches when others remain silent. This is why your spirit groans over things others have normalized. Because you've been entrusted with a mantle that demands more than comfort. It demands courage. Isaiah 60:1. 1 through 2 echoes your very calling. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord, and the day of vengeance of our God. That vengeance is not about revenge, it's about divine justice, healing, release, restoration. You are also becoming a magnet for supernatural provision. You may have walked through seasons of drought, scraping by in the wilderness, wondering if God saw your need. But now, something is shifting. You're not just going to receive enough for yourself, you will carry overflow. Not to hoard, but to fund movements, rescue lives, bless the weary, and support divine visions. Your life is about to echo Psalm 23 verse 5. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. You've been faithful with little, and now you're being entrusted with much, not for status, but for stewardship. God is preparing to pour resources into your hands because He knows He can trust your heart. You're not just being blessed, you're becoming a blessing. And everything you thought you lost in the last season, it's not just being returned, it's being multiplied. What was taken in sorrow will be restored in joy. What was delayed will now come with acceleration. You will see with your own eyes how quickly God can flip the script. And now, perhaps most sacred of all, you are becoming a living witness to the glory of God in these final days. What you carry isn't just for comfort, it's for confrontation. You are rising in a time when the world is growing darker, but that's why your light is growing brighter. You were born to shine now, not later, to reflect the image of Christ in a generation losing sight of Him. As the world groans under confusion, division, and chaos, God is raising up a remnant who walk in purity, power, and purpose. And you are part of that remnant. You are not one of the many. You are one of the marked. One of those who will not bow to culture, compromise, or comfort. One of those who will carry the fire until the fire returns. You are becoming a carrier of revival, not just in church buildings, but in everyday places where hope has dried up. You may not have all the answers. You may still feel the weight of your humanity, but even now, heaven is breathing on your ordinary and turning it into oil. And when people look at you in the days to come, they won't see perfection. They'll see purity. They'll see presence. They'll see a person who surrendered so completely that God made them a dwelling place for His glory. This is what you're becoming next. And it is not a possibility, it is a certainty. You are becoming the heir to promises that were spoken long before your name was ever known on earth. This is not simply about inheritance in the natural. This is spiritual inheritance, an outpouring of favor, authority, and covenant that was promised to the children of obedience. Galatians 4:7 says, "So you are no longer a slave, but a son, and since you are a son, God has made you also an heir." And if you are an heir, that means nothing that was promised to your spiritual bloodline can be denied to you. You are not striving to receive your inheritance. You are maturing into the version of yourself that can carry it. That's why the pressure has increased. In the kingdom, inheritance isn't handed to the immature. It's released to the trusted. God has been training you through the wilderness, not to punish you, but to prepare you to hold what He always meant for you to receive. There are doors with your name on them, written before time, that no man can close. There are blessings that have been waiting for you to grow into them. You're not chasing them. You're finally aligned with them. You're not begging for favor. You're walking into a season where favor will recognize you. And with that inheritance comes something even more dangerous: divine authority. You are not just being blessed to feel better. You are being authorized to move things in the Spirit. What you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. What you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Matthew 18:18. You are stepping into a level of access where your words carry weight, not because of who you are, but because of whose you are. Have you felt a shift in your prayers, a sudden urgency? That's because your words are no longer casual. They are keys. They are declarations. They are tools of transformation. You are becoming a voice that heaven responds to, and hell fears. You are not merely surviving, you are governing. You've been given keys, and now God is teaching you how to use them with wisdom. And yes, your visibility is about to change too. You've spent seasons hidden, seasons where no one knew your name, your depth, or your pain. But the curtain is lifting now, not because you chased a platform, but because God has appointed a stage. You are not being exposed, you are being revealed. Luke 8:17 says, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." That verse doesn't only apply to judgment, it applies to purpose too. What God placed inside you is now coming to the surface, not to entertain, but to impact, not to impress, but to ignite. And here's what you must understand. This visibility will not come through striving. It will come through alignment. Your name is being spoken in rooms you've never entered, because heaven is making introductions that no business card could ever achieve. You are being called to the front, not because of self-promotion, but because your spirit carries the fragrance of obedience, and God is ready to place you where your light can no longer be hidden. You will walk into places where people recognize the anointing before you even speak. You will carry a presence that silences chaos and stirs conviction. And some won't understand how you got there, but you'll know. You were placed there by the hand of God. This is what you're becoming next. Not a better version of yourself, but the fulfilled version heaven always saw. The one shaped by obedience, refined by fire, strengthened in hiddenness, crowned by surrender, carried by glory, and now poised for release. Now, as your spirit receives this word, let us seal it in prayer, inviting heaven to align every part of your life with what God has already declared you are becoming. Let's pray this prayer of faith together as one family. Heavenly Father, mighty author of destiny, flame of eternal hope, right now I lift up every chosen one under the weight of this divine revelation. You, O God, who never starts what you don't intend to finish, let your voice thunder over their spirit like the roar of many waters. Lord, I cry out on behalf of every soul that has been cornered by confusion, every heart buried under delay, every dream smothered by fear. Let the power of this word collide with their darkness and shatter it. Let every chain that has held them down be broken by the authority of your voice. Let the fire of heaven consume every lie that said they were too late, too broken, too far behind. Father, I declare this is not their funeral. This is their awakening. I prophesy over their future. It will not die in delay. It will not be stolen by fear. It will not drown in doubt. Your promise will prevail. Your purpose will stand. You're not done with them. You're just getting started. Breathe life, Lord. Real breath, the kind that resurrects. Let them feel heaven's hand pulling them up from every low place. Where there has been silence, speak. Where there has been chaos, bring divine alignment. Where there has been weariness, ignite holy fire that cannot be extinguished. Abba, interrupt their despair with undeniable destiny. Give them a glimpse of what you already see, a future bursting with victory, drenched in your glory, wrapped in divine timing. Let the spirit of the grave release them now, every buried gift, every silenced calling, every forgotten word, rise in Jesus' name. And now, Father, I pray a prophetic blessing over every hand that clicks, shares, or subscribes. They are not just interacting, they are stepping into divine agreement. Let their engagement become a prophetic handshake with heaven. To every subscriber, release uncommon favor. To every liker, release deep peace and clarity. To every sharer, release multiplied breakthrough and boldness. Let this message ride on the wings of your spirit and go where no algorithm can block it. Let it break into households. Let it shake atmospheres. Let it heal the broken, awaken the sleeping, and remind the weary. This is what your future will become. Lord, brand this truth into their spirit with holy fire. Let their ears ring with the sound of revival. Let their soul remember this moment as the divine turning point. And when they look back, may they say with tears in their eyes and glory on their lips, This was the moment God rewrote my story. In the name of Jesus Christ, the King of Kings, the author, finisher, and fierce defender of our future. Amen and amen. Chosen one, if your heart is still beating with holy fire right now, it's because the Spirit is confirming what you've always sensed deep inside. You were never forgotten. You were never average. You were never left behind. You were becoming the version of yourself that heaven already completed long ago. You've walked through fire, but you didn't burn. You've faced silence, but it didn't break you. You've carried sorrow, but it didn't steal your joy. And now you're standing at the edge of fulfillment. Not a dream, not hype, prophecy. Everything you've endured was necessary. Every delay was direction. Every crushing was preparation. You've outgrown the old season, and you are now stepping into the divine unveiling of who you truly are. You are becoming the light your bloodline prayed for. You are becoming the voice generations ahead will thank God for. You are becoming the fulfillment of what was once just whispered in prayer. So walk forward, not with fear, but with fire. Pray like it's already done. Move like heaven is backing your every step. Speak like your voice carries the weight of glory, because it does. God is not finished with you. He is just revealing what He always intended you to become. You are chosen, you are crowned, and now you are becoming. If this word has stirred your spirit, type 777 in the comments as a declaration that you receive it. And if you feel led to sow into this message, you can give through super thanks. Your support helps us spread this light further. But whether you give or not, know this: we are deeply grateful for you. Like, share, and subscribe so others on the journey can be awakened too. And as always, may God bless you, keep you, and lead you boldly into what's next. Your best is not behind you. It's becoming now.